Good morning, good afternoon. Hi, Re-Up. How you doing? Just getting started, getting the screen set up. Hey, Mr. Way. How's it going today? How's West Coast energy? Roar. Hey, Dan River boys. You on the ball today? I was just thinking about you. Did you hear me calling you? I'm still not 144% healthy. I am like very nasally, but I figured just show up anyway. I'm just gonna put my cards away from the last stream, because you know that's how I roll. Okay, I'm not putting a song on because I'm sick of receiving emails from YouTube telling me that I'm not available in some territories. Go figure. Territories. Okay, and get a little bit candle going. I'm gonna put it on the other side so I don't burn my cards, my book today. Oh, sippy sippy. Okay, here we go. Let's get the party started. Doing good, Re-Up? Right on. Do I know you? Have I ever seen you anywhere? How did you find us? And I say us and I mean me, but us because, you know, welcome, welcome. You have 45 subs, but you don't have any content. What's up with that, Re-Up? That tells me you're a cool dude. You comment and people like you, but you just don't share stuff. Or you did and you deleted it all. And take a chance and sub, even if I mean, not like clowns. I mean, I don't like clowns very much, but hey, everybody likes their whatever stuff. Where are you in the world, Re-Up, if that's okay to ask? I'm in Northeast Ontario, Canada. Woo, okay, yeah, I'm not completely clear. I'm still kind of congested, but I decided that I just was going to show up anyway. So if I press pause, not pause, but if I press mute and disappear, it's because I'm hacking up snots. Whee! I'm a snotty little dragon. A wet snotty dragon. You know what I'm saying? Okay. Damn River boys, well, you still look good. Roar, thanks, dude. I feel like I'm getting better. But I felt like horse glue for a while there. Damn River boys, no, I wasn't called in today. I was just at the right spot at the right time, getting ready to pull into another job site. So I thought to disappear for 20 minutes before I'm back on the road again. On the road again, making music with my friends. You get to spend the next hour and a half with us? Roar! Yes. I'll try to stay on that long. I hope so. I only kind of wished for one thing as the new year began, and that was for consistency in 2024, and my body slammed me back to my humbleness and said, oh, fuck no, you're not going to be consistent and stream every day or show up somehow. You're going to, like, sit and fucking, like, blow your nose for a couple days. So I've been either blowing my nose or reading in the last, I don't know, since the last day that I streamed. I've read 1, 2, 3, 4, 4.5, 5 books since the last day that I streamed. Most of them fiction. One of them a true biography, autobiography. Super cool book. I really been following John O. Lancaster on his journey for, I don't know, a while now. On Instagram and before that in different other places. And he wrote a book called Not All Heroes Wear Capes. And because I've been listening to him speak, and he's got, man, I forget where he's from, even if he wrote it in the book and says it out loud all the time. But he's got an accent, like I forget what kind. I'm so rememberful, eh? I just finished the book 2 days ago. Anyways, as I'm reading, I hear his voice in my head. So that's pretty darn cool. That happens to me when I read Judy Mountain Rain's books as well. I can hear her voice as I'm reading, because I'm so used to hearing her voice either on her, her videos and stuff like that. That way, yes, Lily is feeling better. Yeah, she got more of the brunt of it and like a really like wet cough. And there's only little sporadic little bursts coming up right now. So that's pretty cool. Hey DJ Is, how you doing? Happy 1/11, January 11th, 111 roar. It's new moon. I don't do that astrology stuff and stuff like that, but it is new moon, new energies, blah 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 blah, all that stuff. Let's get into some crystal energy. How you guys doing? Any dream time stuff coming up or any like real life stuff? How's your synchronicities going? I was watching something last night and they were speaking of synchronicity, and it was just like, I kind of want to just like, I wish I could be like responded to in the comments, because not everybody responds to me the way that I comment and stuff. But it's like, don't y'all have synchronicity like all the time, every day? Is it just like a once a week or once in a while thing? Like everything is synchronized for me, to the point where when I'm in a live stream or if I'm watching a video and I'm where I'm meant to be, somebody's saying the same word of something that's in my reality coming up. You know what I mean? Or I'm typing something in a comment and the same stuff I'm typing, same words or same things are coming up. And it's just like everything always has a flow. And when it doesn't, it's like, that means I'm in the wrong place. Like, get the fuck out of Dodge, girl. Anyways. Take what resonates, leave the rest. Know what I'm saying? Ooh, this is a pretty crystal. Pretty crystal. Feeling like my eyes are full of like, I want to say snot, liquid. Ooh, it says everybody disappeared. I love it. The whole YouTube algorithm thingamajiggy is like so wacky these days. I've been in live streams where it says there's nobody listening and there's actually like 5 people chatting in the moment. Or I'll finish a live stream, it says there was only like, like a couple people in it, but there was like, you know what I mean? Like a lot of people chatting. So yeah, don't believe the hype. Me too, damn River Boys. I always hear voices in my head. I don't mind. They keep me company. Same. And I got my happy voices and my voices that are important to listen to, and my other voices that are like, you bitch, get back in the corner. You don't belong here. You don't belong. Get out of the way. Move, bitch. Get out the way. Oh my gosh. Who was I on the phone with the other day? I don't speak on the phone a lot. I was calling for... What was I calling for? Oh, I was calling the library because I couldn't get to the library on a certain time because the sickness passing through with me and Lily and the weather outside, and just like walking there was like, fuck that, out of the question. So I called the library to like make sure that my books wouldn't get charged because they were due the next day or whatever. Anyways, and I had asked for something else, and at one point the lady realizes she's talking to herself and she's like, I'm so sorry, I'm just talking to myself. And I was like, that's okay. At this point, the way that I am is that if you don't talk to yourself, there's something cuckoo with you. Kind of makes me wonder about somebody. And I hope you answer yourself, because if you know the answer yourself. Keep talking, lady. I get it. Yeah, I think people who don't talk to themselves while they do certain things, and when they don't even realize that somebody's present, you're in your bubble. Like even grocery shopping, I'll notice people who are like kind of talking or whispering to themselves, and it's like, oh yeah, I get it, keep going. Anyways, and if you can't talk to yourself, how the fuck are you gonna communicate with someone else? Right? Excuse me. 1:51 Eastern time. I don't call out the time for the number of the time per se. Time doesn't really exist. It's more about the numbers. 151. Anyways, card number 16. 1 and 6 is 7. Chrysicola. Chrysicola. I love saying Chrysicola, especially with my voice. I kind of like my voice right now, even if it's because my nose is kind of, Anyways, speaking your truth. Heartfelt communication, right speech. Boom, I was just saying, if you don't have heartfelt communication with yourself, how can you talk to other people and understand or understand them, right? When you speak your truth, are you being true to your soul's desire to participate in the co-creation of a better world and a better life for yourself? Crisicola's spirit message for clear, authentic speech that arises from your heart is this: the force of the conscious universe's love is here for you today, as you choose to speak up and speak out, for you can be a clear channel for what needs to be said. Your voice is very important, for you are a unique being with your own calling and your own destiny. And the conscious universe expresses truth through you. Practice choosing your words consciously as you voice difficult truth, or when you speak up on behalf of someone who has felt powerless for too long. Indeed, it's really beautiful, that we're here to speak up and speak for ourselves, but sometimes, right, we are our brother's keeper. We are here to protect other people as well. That can be in the case of a mother or father and their children, or it can be in the case of somebody who's been so severely fucking traumatized that instead of letting them go through their trauma yourself, you fucking stand up for them, right? I'm just saying. And I saw something yesterday. It was like speaking your truth doesn't mean that you allow for your bitterness to come through and then, not be accountable for that. How there are people who will be cruel in speaking their truth. They want to hurt another to make sure that they get the brunt of their pain as they tell their truth. But it is completely possible to speak up without actually, hurting other people, and still be like really freaking blunt without sugarcoating, but you know what I mean? Not being cruel. But I always believe that there's a step for people who never spoke up. If you were the kind of person who in the workplace, you always just shut up and took the shit, when you grow into and step into yourself, your first embodiment is gonna maybe not be so pretty, but you have to really learn to slash and make those boundaries for yourself. So your first steps, first times you actually speak up for yourself, you know what I mean? Whether you are kind or not, it's going to freak other people out. And you know what I mean? Anyways. Hey, Super Dave, 44 coming up, or 444 coming up everywhere. I love it. How you doing? Bonjour. Okay, be assured that because of your commitment to heartfelt communication, your voice will ring out, cutting through the noise today. Relationship message. Trust and intimacy build when we have the courage to speak our truth. And today, Crisicola's Spirit is here to support you in the right speech. Excuse me. I think if I take the time to press on mute every time I gotta let out a little cough, I'm just gonna forget at one point and be mute the rest of the stream, or until somebody tells me. Hi, Suzanne A. Hi, sweetie. Rar, I love that you added from Australia. That's so cool, honey. Suzanne A. from Australia, eh? I love it. Welcome in, honey. A lot of Australia energy coming up for me. Oh my gosh. Try to push through and just show up, even if I'm not completely clear. Maybe I gotta just slow down too. Okay, I'm gonna start back over from the beginning of this. Trust and intimacy build when we have the courage to speak our truth, and today Crisicola's Spirit is here for you to support you in the right speech. Speak your truth as you see it from the heart, using words that express the very best of you. Don't hold your tongue out of fear that you aren't enough or that you don't deserve to have your say. Practice telling the truth with love as a sign of respect for yourself, your experiences that you have lived them, and your emotions that you have felt. Claim your voice. Use it wisely and honorably, for many truths make up a collective truth that we all share, and yours is no less valid than anyone else's, and it deserves to be heard. Exactly. That's so important, because we tend to think, like, what does it matter if I say this or don't do that? And it matters. And if anything has shown me that it matters, it's the last 5 years, almost 5 years to the day, 17th of January 2019, when I started my YouTube channel. Right? I started my YouTube channel. I didn't know anybody on YouTube. I wasn't sharing my video with anyone. I didn't know anybody. And I remember my first video even saying, I'm really guided to do this, because every time I didn't want to be on YouTube. I didn't want to be seen. I didn't want to speak out loud and, in front of whoever can randomly press on me across the world or universe. You know what I mean? But every time I avoided it or didn't do it, like, something would come up in my reality to push me more to do it, right? And in my first video I ever made, I even said, I don't see myself having a YouTube channel. I didn't think I was going to keep going. My first year, 2019, I never thought I would actually do live streams. I actually said, you will never catch me doing a live stream. I will never do that. And here I am 4 years later of live streaming. And if there's one thing that I learned, is that the videos that I made, or the live streams that have been like the hardest, where I've said things out loud that I even question, like, oh my gosh, right? I'm almost angry or embarrassed that I've said certain things out loud. Those are the ones that got the most responses, where I would either get something in my inbox, email, text, or, you know what I mean, something, or right directly in the comments of, I needed this today. So here I was feeling like, oh my God, I can't believe I said that out loud. I'm such a loser. Like, who talks like this? But then the feedback of like one person, and sometimes more, but all it takes is one, right? Saying, I needed this now. And it's like that thing of like, whoa, right? When somebody crossed the world, or, like 5 hours or 20 hours away, needed what I said, that I was actually embarrassed or didn't want to leave it up, how important that was for that one person, right? All it takes to make change is to have a ripple effect for one person, because that one person has a ripple effect for others in their reality, whether it be virtual or physical, right? So every ripple that we make to inspire, muse, or even trigger or anger someone has a ripple effect for others. And the thing is no matter how it can feel when we're triggered, and when we feel like overwhelmed, angry that somebody said something, or that we learned something that we didn't, or knew, heard something we didn't want to hear, that's a seed that's planted that grows. Why would you be angry? Because, for example, I swear, I don't edit how I speak. I swear, right? And for some people, they don't swear, but I still grow on them, and they love me for how I speak, right? They don't see me as vulgar or ignorant or rude or lacking of vocabulary. It's just how I choose to speak. But for another person, it can offend them to the point of, right, being so offended that they would not want to look at me ever again because I said fuck. But what offends somebody about that word, right? What is it that triggers someone to believe that another person is bad or not good or not pure of heart, right? All of that. What triggers us is the stuff that we need to work on, whether we like to hear that or not, and whether, right? That's it. That's it. It's the ultimate truth. Okay, last but not least, chrysocolla is an excellent stone to use when we need assistance in speaking up or speaking our truth. It's funny, how this card is the first card up today, when, my throat is like still like kind of mucusy, and I still have a little bit of a lingering cough. and that I was debating, before I started the stream, really feeling guided to show up today in this 111 energy, kind of new moon. Again, not because I do astrology stuff and things like that, but I just felt really guided. And I was questioning, okay, I don't sound perfect, right? I might hack a little bit, stuff like that. And my higher self, my spirit was just like, so what, right? So what if it doesn't sound the way that I usually sound? Just do it anyway. I'm not in any physical pain. Talking a lot tends to like help, even if it doesn't sound the best. I need it for myself, right? And hopefully somebody else needs it today. Anyways, meditation with this stone helps open and clear the throat chakra, allowing the words of the heart to rise up and be expressed. Chris Kola teaches us to be aware that our words carry a vibration through sound, and asks us to be conscious of what vibration we are choosing to send out into the world. And I would add to that even if we say words in our head and not out loud, how important it is to choose our words. Self-speak, how we speak to ourselves, is the ultimate self-love. When we're hard on ourselves, we call ourselves yucky names inside of ourselves, that comes back to us tenfold, right? So some people wonder, why do other people treat me so bad? Why are other people so mean to me? Why do other people even ignore me? Whatever is, why? Why? It starts with your self-talk, because if you talk to yourself a certain way, it is the energy you're going to receive back. And that can be, again, it's the accountability of how you speak to yourself. The less you're hard on yourself as well, that you don't judge yourself and you speak easy on yourself, the kinder you are with others. Super Dave. Excuse me, guys. Says to Susan A, always great seeing you around. Yeah, definitely is. Susan A says, yeah, Dave, that was so awesome. I was about to go to sleep and I found beautiful. Oh, thank you, sweetie. Genevieve Live. Oh, thanks for taking the time, honey. I appreciate it. I hope I will send you off into some amazing dream time. Yes, Susan A from Australia says, we're all evolving with our sharing. Exactly. Exactly. And I, I can't imagine who or where even I would be if I hadn't have chosen this journey for myself, right? The solid connections, the people that have come into my life. Okay, yeah, great. I haven't manifested into form yet, right? To be somewhere, to have someone be here, but this is where soul speak, the telepathy, the connecting through the heart that doesn't have to be physical. It's taught me so much about like inner dependence versus codependence, right? Because there are certain people, especially that I met in, virtually in 2019, 2020, 2021, like some of my closest soul family, my solid people. And I remember back then I was so naive. Like I thought it was going to go like this. Wow, we found each other. We're going to be together like really soon, right? We're all going to be sitting around a fire and somebody's going to be playing music and we're all going to be laughing about the journey that it took to get us together. But here we are 5 years later and that still hasn't manifested. But I still see that fire. I still see that, you know what I mean? That togetherness in reality. And I also, when I live stream or even when I make a video, like even right now, right? I'm looking at myself supposedly, but really I'm not. Whether I'm there or not, it's not what I'm actually seeing. I'm seeing the energy of those who are choosing, right, to be visible. And y'all are in the chat. I 144% know that you're here right now, or that you passed through because you imprinted yourself. But I'm also feeling the energy of the other people who passed through, right? Somebody who could just randomly press on Genevieve and be like, what the fuck is this? And be disappearing. Like, I feel all that as well. So in my way that I see and feel when I live stream, it's the way that I compare it, like the analogy that I use is if I was in my element of who I used to be, of having a restaurant. I'm here, I'm present in the restaurant, and y'all are coming in and out, right? And different times, and you know what I mean? And how when you guys greet each other, it's the same as if somebody was sitting there having a coffee, somebody else walks in the door and says, hey guys. That's me, like the way that I feel or sense things when I'm streaming. Like I don't have that, oh my God, how do I look? Or what are other people seeing? You know what I mean? Like that part of me is just like mastered with the camera where it doesn't faze me to be in front of it and looking directly at it. Anyways, take what resonates, leave the rest. Not sure that makes sense, but hey, I don't try to make sense. I just show up. Susan A., love you, darling heart. It's 5 a.m. I need some sleep. Right on, sweetie. Sleep well. I love that. It's 5 a.m. I need some sleep. And it's like, yes, somebody else gets it. We're not on that, like, you know, a clock time of what is normal or not, right? Fuque. When you spell it differently, fuck, it sounds better. Well, here's the thing with that word, though, too, is that I'm French, born French Canadian, and the word fuck, when it imprinted itself inside of me as a child, means a seal, right? So it's a sea, it's an animal that lives in the sea. A seal is a fuck. PHQOUE. I don't know. I can't remember. Not the best. I'm not a spelling bee person. I don't spell out very well at all. So for myself as a child, I was imprinted with that word, but what it meant was an animal that I never saw one until I was another age. But so whether the word is considered a swear word or bad or even like a curse in it, like to someone else, to me the original imprint is of an animal. And the thing is too, because I'm French Canadian, little kids in Quebec will say oh shit or oh fuck because it's not considered a French Canadian swear word, right? So you'll be watching a hockey game and there'll be like a little girl that's like 6 years old and her brother, falls and she'll say, oh shit. You know what I mean? Like it's just different. The words that are considered like not allowed to say for a child in certain areas of Quebec versus if you were in Ontario or Alberta or, Mississippi, whatever, right? And this is the advantage of being bilingual or multilingual is that words don't imprint us the same way when we know other languages, right? They don't hold the same power. We can't be spelled the same way when we know other languages because we see words within words or even pronounce them differently. Excuse me. It's a little harder to speak than I thought. Fuck, I should have started a StreamYards and had somebody come up with me. It would have been easier to pause, but hey. Hey, Pearl Jones. Oh, honey. Oh my gosh, that gives me shivers. Pearl Jones, we have ate bread together in the astral realm. Well, you know that was really me if we was eating bread, baby. Hope there was a rooster nearby. Oh my gosh, that's so cool. We have ate bread together in the astral realm. Roar. I love you, sweetie. Hi, Jack. How you doing, Emoji King? How you doing? Question, Emoji King. What's your ETA for the moving? The moving. Like, are you guys going to do that in the winter? Are you waiting till spring? Is it a summer thing? Is it next year? You might have already answered that when you were talking about it in Matrix Man stream. I don't know, last week or something, but I can't remember if you did. Hey, Allie Berry, happy 11th. Happy 11th to you too. Me loves the numbers of today. Everything equals 11 no matter what. When you add the, you know what I mean, the 1, the 11, and the 2024, got another 11. Feeling pretty groovy. I might not sound 144%, but I'm feeling pretty good. Allie says, awesome to see everyone here. Yeah. How you doing, Allie? What's your dream time like these days? I had a wild, kind of weird dream. I have repeating dreams that never repeat in the same way. And I've had 3 of them already since the end of last year, beginning of this year. 3 or maybe even 4. Where I'm back in time, but nothing looks the same or is the same of a certain restaurant that I used to work at that is on land that is very freaking sacred. There's actually a part of the forests nearby that are like protected. So I feel it's a little bit going back to certain things, but whatever. Anyways, in my dream, I was back as kind of head chef, leader of the whole freaking kitchen brigade and stuff like that. And there was an event at our venue. So it was going to be like, you know, supper service, bar service, and then party hard. And one of the employees, who was a female that I don't recall, like, it's not someone that I think I know now. There was no name, but she came to me, and I was in charge of schedules for the kitchen. But she came to me and she was like, why am I scheduled from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m.? Like, nobody told me I had to stay here till 6 a.m. Why do I have to stay here till 6 a.m.? Is anybody else going to be here with me? Like, the schedule is only me, 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. And I was like, what? Like, what do you mean you didn't know? And I was like, are you sure? And I was looking at the schedule. It clearly said 6 to 6, but there was no reason. Like, you know, the hour that you stop drinking and can't sell liquor anymore, and even the time it takes to clean up, there's still a couple hours window where somebody goes home, even if there's like a big breakfast or brunch the next day. So part of the dream was us like hauling ass to be ready for everybody that was coming in, the entertainers, the people that had reserved everything, feeding staff before it got really busy, but also trying to figure out why somebody was scheduled 6 to 6. And I'm not sure why I feel to share it, but the 6 to 6, 6, 6, 6 to 6 really stands out. I'm just putting it out there because sharing random dreams, whether they make sense or not, even if it's just snippets, can sometimes like trigger other people's like memory bank of something. Hi, Amber. Roar AA, you came in around the same time as Ali. I love it. 144%. Yeah, I tend to use that as like the highest instead of 100. Okay. Ali says, doing really well. This year, most of my dreams have stayed in my subconscious. Only one memorable dream, and it was a message. Stay away from that man. And I'm listening to that dream. Roar. Oh my gosh. If in my dream somebody, like, or I tell myself or somebody did, definitely I would listen too. Stay away from that man. Don't let that man tempt you. Do not fall into temptation. Aw, thanks, Allie. You slept huge amounts last night? Roar. I've had, like, I would say 3 to 5 nights of like really consistent sleep. Last night was a little longer for me to fall into sleep or to surrender into it. But I'm sleeping deep. I'm sleeping long periods, and I'm really like grateful because I feel it, first of all, it helps to heal better when I get a sustained amount of sleep. My dream time has been very active with a lot of recall, and like not always remembering the full dream from front to back, but remembering enough snippets by the time I wake up that it's like, whoa. Hey, on the plant, how you doing? Did you get snow today? Annie got some snow. Well, not exactly where she is, but the view from the mountains, Arizona, where she is, she could see like the snow on the mountain. It snowed a bunch. Roar. I thought about you thinking, oh my gosh, if Annie's got some on the mountains, you definitely got some, eh? Oh, I know it's cray cray for y'all, but enjoy it while it lasts. It's very magical and it can be soothing, that white energy. To me, anyways. Allie Berry. I woke up this morning feeling capable, alive, and healthy. The moves I'm making are starting to manifest in my life. Roar. That's beautiful. Thanks for sharing that. It's like I don't need to hear or to, be witness to other people's certain manifestations, but there's a part of me that does. Maybe need is not the right word, but I feel inspired when someone shares that, things are on the like trajectory that they want. And sometimes it's not what you want, what you expected, it's even better, right? And that kind of feeling. Like when someone shares that they're, moving to a new location or going, just doing something that makes them feel alive and good. It's inspiring. It feels like it's good. I mean, I like it. You're signing today, Emoji King? Oh my god! What a cool day! 111. I love it. Oh. Allie Berry says, amen. I was the one telling me, and I spent the dream trying to evade him. Right on. On the plant specifies, I'm higher in elevation than Annie, so it's been more than rare, but not common for me here. Well, I'm going to say it's almost been a full circle year since we found each other, that you came into, the live streams here, and that we found each other, and it was right at that time last year where you were getting snow. So, you know what I mean? I could definitely, I did text you in the first, 48, 24 hours that I found you. If I scroll back in my Instagram, I would say that if it's not like, you know what I mean? Like now, it's within the next 24 days that will make it like a full circle year since we found each other. Yeah, it was rough last year. Lots of snow. Dude, I know. I remember. And it's that thing, where, I mean, it changes, first of all, your day to day and the way things function around you. That way, wishing for snow this weekend. We just got our first true, well, we've had other snows, but the one that's going to like stick around, I want to say, probably, right? I mean, at this point, I thought the other snow that we got was going to be the one to stick around, and 5 days later, everything was green again. I mean, our grass is just starting to truly yellow. It was bright green even in December, which is, it's not that it can't happen. It's just not common. So yeah, we got a bunch of snow Tuesday afternoon into Tuesday early morning of Wednesday. Yesterday was a cleanup day, just people cleaning up and, snow plows and tractors and plows everywhere. I love that feeling. I love waking up hearing snow plow and it's like, roar. I love that sound. Falls back to sleep. Allie Berry says, I feel you, Jen. I get so intense and gung ho. When I don't see and feel results in a huge way, I become unrealistically bummed. Slow and steady wins the race. That voice isn't so loud this year. The baby steps. Oh, Allie, I feel like I've been stripped of like certain awe and wonder and naivete and even an innocence part of me because it's like I've been so slowed down. And also with the message that certain things are around the corner. It's right there. It's 2:22 here Eastern time. Boom, 2:22, 2:22, 2:22. So yeah, my higher self, the life, 2023, like really like grab me by the balls. Yeah, I got man balls, even if they're not visible. Grab me by the balls and shoved me down and said like, your mind, your logic don't get to choose, and it's humbling as fuck. It's even hard sometimes because you got so many videos or so many reels or so many things that pop up of just have the intention and act as if and believe that you're already there, and it's like yeah, it ain't happened yet. You know what I mean? I think back to the certain wishes as well that I have is like, am I supposed to like just tone down? Because really, like, ultimately, what I really want, what I really, really want is not like fucking like surreal. It's not out of reach. It's not, you know what I mean? Like, there's some people hoping and wishing they could fucking fly and levitate and do certain shit. And it's like, fucking, I don't really care about that stuff. I just want my fucking rooster. Right? My rooster's already got a name. I already feel him in my heart and my soul. And I'm talking about a real rooster. But my rooster is nowhere in sight of probability of, being in my habitat. You know what I mean? I have this image of me live streaming and my motherfucking rooster is like right everywhere. And I don't even care if his butt is in your all faces because I waited so fucking long for my rooster that he ain't gonna be outside in a little fucking shack. He's gonna be like my fucking buddy. You know what I mean? Yeah. So it's like visualizing certain things is like hasn't happened yet, right? And again, certain thing, good things come to those who wait, saving the best for last, divine timing when things are meant to be. I know I can't live here and have a rooster. First of all, fucking bylaws don't allow it. Second of all, fuck. Everybody around me would shit a brick if a rooster was fucking crowing. You know what I mean? My habitat doesn't make it for me to have my dude. Anyways, enough about that, but just putting that out there because the spiritual guru mumbo jumbo of just act as if and you can manifest everything like this, everything's at your fingertips. Yeah, it's not always like that. You know what I mean? And honestly, there's a lot of build up towards certain things. You know what I mean? People who show only certain aspects of their life and then disappear for like, a long period of time. It's like they didn't show themselves fucking crying and fucking, all the stuff that they went through. And then all of a sudden here they are with their glorious, perfectly edited life, right? They don't show the stuff in between. That's really important. And serious props and shout out to the people who say how long the journey took, right? Got a certain dude I follow on IG. I follow him, I follow his wife. And I love having the both of them. So, when they speak about certain things about their life, I'm hearing his masculine perspective, her feminine perspective, both speaking from the way that they speak. And it's like the dude the other day, was speaking about how many, many years ago, he was living in his fucking mother's basement, imagining himself in a world where he had his own ranch, he had a wife, he had a child. He could see himself in the future, as the man that he wanted to be. But it didn't fucking happen overnight. You know what I mean? Like from the time he was in his mother's basement, imagining what he wanted for his life, he still hadn't met his partner yet. And by the time he did, like they didn't just fucking make the ranch the next day. That took years to build up as well, right? So there was a 10-year gap between when he was in the basement imagining his life that he wanted and then the time to get there. And it's the same way, like somebody who does bodybuilding or starts to work out, you don't all of a sudden, become buff and everything's fucking, you know what I mean? Going your way. There's a lot of sweat. There's a lot of, honestly, sometimes even tears, right? Blood, sweat, and tears, the whole like thing to get there, right? Anyways, take what resonates, leave the rest. Whoa. Allie says, dude, I bought this coffee that was dirt cheap and it's become my favorite. I'm going to go buy everything they have today. It's Jim Beam coffee. It has that aged barrel taste minus the alcohol. How can it be so cheap? I don't know, sweetie. I think sometimes people, right, can choose the prices and they actually charge what, there's a markup. They're making profit, but it's not about making something so fucking unaffordable, right? And I'm a big fan of that. I'd rather sell more and charge less than to, right, have, 5 people across the whole world saying, oh, look at me, I paid, like $1,000 for this, right? It's the same way I was with my restaurant. Rather keep prices lower to have people be able to come in more often than to like mark up things so much that, my restaurant would only become a once a month event, they had to build up to. There are still things that are, and honestly, your idea of grabbing as much as you can now is sometimes it's that thing, right? Before something is like really known, how lower the prices can be, and then once it becomes known, it gets marked up because often it gets bought out too, eh? Don't forget that part. I'm gonna check that out. That sounds yummy. Wonder if I can get that here. True that, Allie. Indeed, Allie. Thank you, sweetie. Let's try to master some regular human things before we try to levitate. Indeed, I think many people put that cart in front of the horse and it's like, they wish they could fly. They wish they could do this. And it's like, bet you ain't even done your inner work yet. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want you fucking flying around because holy shit, you don't even know how to be kind to yourself yet. If you're fucking flying around and like literally or in the astrals, you're just making a fucking mess of shit, right? You ever have somebody who hasn't done their inner work and they're doing all that astral projection shit, and then when they show up in, in your astral and stuff, it's like, get the fuck out of here, right? Ew, ew, ew. Yuck. Yeah. Let's try to master the regular human things before we do other things as well. Indeed, that way manifestations take time. Exactly. It's the same way if you have a seed, you plant it, the time it takes to grow, right? Time and patience. Yeah. Oh, right on. Chugging the water. Exactly that way. Just keep knowing that you know what you know that you know that you know. Hallie says, true that way. And thank goodness for time and patience because it gives us time to become super clear. Exactly. And often too is not only that, the time and patience, something that we've not always been taught and that can, really be like, what? I never thought of this, is to annul our wishes, to annul the things that we wish to manifest before we stepped into a certain embodiment, right? So if you think back, we're right at that new year, new me, new feeling, right? We're 111 today. If you see yourself back last year and the wishes that you made or the hopes that, that someone was for you or that something was for you, and then, the stuff that happened in between, and it's like, holy shit, you know what I mean? First of all, the whole be careful what you wish for. And second, how the past version of you, do you really want what you used to want now that you are who you are, that you've been through a certain, right, the lessons, the healing, the journey that is us. I learned in 2005 about actually taking the time to annul wishes, to annul past desires. And I can honestly say that there's times where I haven't ever even thought of that for long enough that, something comes into my life, a certain, scenario, but then all of a sudden the other stuff that I wished for is coming at the same time. And it's like, why the fuck is this happening? Right? Like, I don't want this anymore. Why is this happening? And it's like, duh. I wished for it. I asked for it. I wanted it. I wanted it so bad I prayed for it, but I never thought to let that go, right? I never thought to cleanse that part of me or let it go or just say annul, right? And so that thing of waking up and being very conscious of what we want, because the stuff that we forgot that we wanted so much before, when that lands at our door or comes into our reality, it's like, oh, damn, right? Whoa, damn, what have I done? Oh, Amber, you can become an honorary Canadian. Speaking of coffee, I finally got to try Tim Hortons. They had some at the grocery store. It's so good. It's my new favorite. Yeah, I'm gonna be really honest with you. They probably stick some shit in that stuff. You know what I mean? I forget what it is, the words of it, but to make it like so yummy. But here's the thing. I think that we're all allowed and need certain vices and certain things that are considered not good or whatever by somebody more spiritual and mumbo jumbo. And it's like, we're here to enjoy this paradigm, and there's no judgment of what we're actually enjoying, right? So, roar. That makes me feel like even closer to you. So, when you take a sip of coffee, you're like literally tasting the same coffee as me. Oh, that's awesome. I remember when Corey got to Canada and, had his first ones and he was, or was holding the cup and I was just like, oh my God, he's so close to me. I fucking love it. Allie. Ooh, speaking of plants, I just watered all of mine and they're thriving. You got flowers blooming in the kitchen? Little white ones. I know what a spider plant looks like. Oh my gosh, that's so cool. White roses, white flowers, white carnations have been coming up in my mind's eye a lot. And it could be because, it could be, we've gone through 8 or 9 boxes of Kleenex. I don't know if you can see. No, you can't see. I got a whole stack because I got like an 18 pack last time. But I had so much fucking Kleenex, right? That when I'm picking up that garbage and like, it looks like big white flowers, big puffy white flowers, looking at me. So it's like I'm surrounded by little white, like that white energy with Kleenex boxes everywhere. Well, the boxes aren't actually white, but what's coming out just reminds me of flowers. Allie, that spider plant has taken over my entire kitchen window and wall. It's like a kitchen jungle and I love it. Vines hanging off the curtains and twisting around the rods. Roar. That's awesome. Mia's not the best indoor plant mama ever. And where I am, we hardly get any sun. And I'm one of those people who, I'd have to like, my daughter's a plant mama. Amy is a plant mama. I'd have to be like, Amy, I need like plants, right, that don't need a lot of sunshine and like for her to do her cuttings or whatever you call, when you take a bit of a plant to give it more energy in its actual dish or pot or whatever you call it, and then you share those little cuttings or whatever. That's awesome, Allie. Allie, ooh, I tried Tim Hortons this week too, Amber. Probably would have liked it more if I hadn't tried that Jim Beam Brilliance. Allie says, amen, Jen. I only started drinking coffee this year and I love it. Oh my gosh. Well, my true coffee story is that I never really, like, I had coffee at the end of high school or in college, but it was really rare. I didn't really enjoy it very much. Um, and when I truly started drinking coffee is when I was pregnant with Amy. So in just before in 1999 is when I started to truly drink coffee. And it's because, first of all, I already had Sam, he was 3, and I would go to my in law's house, and they always had a coffee pot on, but they didn't often have juice or pop, and I didn't like the water that they had. It's not that it was bad, I just, that pregnancy taste, I didn't enjoy the actual water. And they drank their coffee so freaking, like, it was basically like a light, it wasn't even dark brown. You know what I mean? It was like it was like watered down coffee. And so I started drinking coffee when I was pregnant with Amy because I would go often. I was off work. I had Sammy. And so we'd go, right? Go see the in-laws, hang out, and by myself, right? I love them. They love me. At that time, we're a happy family. So I went to hang out. I loved them. I went to hang out with them for fun, for pleasure. And I would forget to bring myself something to drink. I'd forget to bring myself an orange juice or whatever it was I wanted. And so I started drinking coffee. That's when I started drinking actual coffee. And then I realized, like, I really don't like watered down coffee. And I started to drink it differently after I had Amy. And I wasn't super regular because at the time I remember that if coffee wasn't hot, I didn't like it much. I remember when I bought my restaurant that I would grab myself a coffee, have a couple sips, and then I would throw it out. And pour myself another one. And I remember one of my customers, like, I can see him, and he's looking at me. He's like, "Did you just throw out your coffee?" And I was like, "Well, yeah, it wasn't hot." He's like, "Put it in the microwave. Stop wasting your own coffee." And I was like, "Yeah, I guess. I never thought of that." I swear, I had customers when I had my restaurant that would tell me, "Stop wasting stuff. Here's how you should do this." And I'd be like, "Oh, I never thought of that." And this one time, I was making eggs for one of my dudes, and he saw me throw out an egg. He's like, "What did you just do?" And I was like, "Well, you asked for 2 eggs over easy, and I don't know how to say it in English, so I popped one of the yolks." And he's like, "Yeah, and then you threw out that egg." And I was like, "Well, what am I supposed to do? You asked for 2 eggs over easy. I'm giving you 2 eggs over easy, not 1 egg that's fucking, like, I don't know what the term is in English, smashed or whatever." Like, "You wanted the yolk runny, so I'm making it runny." And he's like, "I've never seen anybody do that in all of Canada. I'm a trucker." I was like, "You should see the fucking eggs I get in some truck stops. Both of them are fucking slammed. There's no yolk left. They don't give a shit." He's like, "Stop throwing eggs out." "Give me the fucking egg however it comes." And I was like, "Oh my God. Yeah, I guess." Or he's like, even if not, he's like, "Save the fucking egg and make somebody a sandwich later." And I was like, "Oh man, I never thought of that." He's like, "If you slam enough eggs and you save them, you can make a fucking sandwich later." And I was like, "I never thought of that." Oh my God. Anyways, restaurant stories. Halle Berry. Tea is still my favorite drink, but I'm drinking coffee almost every day now too. It's a whole new world. Roar. Yeah, and I'm one of those people too. You know how some people will stop drinking coffee or not have coffee one morning, and then they'll get a migraine, or just their body reacts to it. I feel very blessed, knock on wood. Like, if I don't have coffee, or if I don't want one, or if I just don't have any, my body doesn't do a certain reaction. I will joke around though, you know what I mean, and say, Lily, we have to go buy coffee. I need it. But honestly, like, I can go days and days without it. It's that testing of self, right? Do I actually need this, or can I go without? And one thing I've learned to do or that I've just been doing naturally for the last, I don't know, year or so, is I have one of those mini coffee pots, right? But I never really got the measuring perfect because it was an old, first of all, it's an old pot. So the water, like let's say I put a certain amount of water, it didn't always come out the way that it should. So my coffee always tasted like crap. So last year, what I did is I got hang on. So I literally only have like a filter thingamajig. I tend to use the paper most times, but I don't actually need it. But I prefer it because it tastes better with the paper. If I put a filter, and I just pour one cup of water into my grinds like a camp coffee. I'm remembering who showed me to tell me who told me to do that. Um, and so it's like literally one cup. So I make it and I drink it, but it's not like, like anybody who used to watch me like before, I'd go to Tim Hortons, I'd get my large or my extra large cup, and then I'd hold it all fucking day, right? It got to be to the point that it was like, it was practically fucking ice cream, iced coffee. It was so cold depending on the temperature. And I would just sippy that stuff all day. Whereas now it's like I'm conscious, right? I make my one cup consciously. I can't, I can turn around and do something else, right? And then I drink it. And then if I do choose that I want a second one, and there's a difference between like one cup measured versus, having a bigger portion. So I first of all, the coffee that I do have, I actually enjoy it. I savor it in the moment is what, presence, right? Being present when we do something or enjoy things. Allie says, super strong coffee isn't my jam. I like medium roast. I'm a medium, but sometimes to dark, right? Because then if it's darker and just a little bit more, I do enjoy that. I can drink my coffee completely black. I do prefer it with a little bit of sugar and a little bit of cream, and sometimes a little bit more depending on, because if I get one at actual Tim Hortons, a double has a lot of fucking cream and sugar. But that was more like a treat coffee. It's not the same. But I can drink my coffee completely black because I do enjoy the taste of coffee. Boom, says 9/11 on my screen. Go team, yeah. Allie, oh my gosh, sweetie. Last night I fell asleep imagining what a perfect day in my life would look like, and I didn't get past the morning. I think the place is Canada. I wake up, I make a hot drink, and I walk in the woods. Canada or just the up? The woods will be right outside my sliding glass door. And I wonder when that day will be and where it will be. Roar, sweetie. You're describing a part of my life, right? Where my family is exactly that. So part of my life. That's why, when I say my body and how it feels here versus what I'm used to. And even in Temagami, I had the sliding door. I lived where there was people in proximity, but the sliding door, there was like another trailer beside us, slide the door, but then as soon as I turned my head, it was woods. Yeah. First of all, completely possible, Allie. Second, I wish for you that that True North location. I think one of the hardest things in the last years has been like when you know exactly where you want to be, when your soul, your spirit, your body is like, there's no denying where your body's meant to be. How pivotal that is, first of all, for manifestation and for the complete inner knowing, right? because I have been here where I am. It's been 3 years now. But I've also told the universe and my higher self, fuck you. Don't put me in another fucking shit ass fucking place that I don't necessarily want to be. I would rather be stagnant in the same location than to be like, oh, right, have that download of being just a little bit of a different place that's not really truly home or where I'm meant to be for a consistent chunk of time. Right? I've moved so much in my life that it's like I don't want the movement if it's meant to be just 6 months or 8 months, that it's just gonna have to happen again. So, on some level, I'm manifesting what I truly want is the desire to not be like fucking shipped around somewhere just for a small amount of time. You know what I mean? And that if I am, that it would be because like I need the people, the places, the ley lines in order to, really truly grow and certain things, that would be different. But yeah. Oops. Hey Heidi, Divine Spirit 313. Y'all are magnificent. You too. Happy 111 11111. I was driving and I didn't dare take my eye off the road while listening to G. Mama Bear, I would have gotten in trouble. I know. I don't mean to be like so like, but it fucking freaks me out when people are texting me on any level if they're driving or when I'm live streaming. You know what I mean? Like it does. And I know that people who have used their devices longer than I have, it's second nature to you all, but I mean, I just safety first. Allie says, dude, I saw coffee bags that are like a tea bag at the store this week. Makes sense. Yup. I find it tastes way better than going through a machine too. No matter if it's a Keurig or K-Cups or whatever you fucking call those, or just a regular, the other machines that you call it, coffee whatever makers. I'm so good with the words today. This tastes better because it's not going through something, right? Because no matter how well I can do the washy, there's still, it's not a direct line, right? The water to the coffee. Divine Spirit 313. I hear all your names, Ali Star. Happy 11th. Heidi says, I can only look when I'm stopped. Roar. Well, I'll make sure to keep reading through the chat so you really understand who's here, so that when you do look, you can only glance and then choose to write what you want. Happy birthday to your niece. Whoop, 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 whoop. I know. Hi, Languages of Light. I know. I love it. The 1, the 1, the 2, 0, whatever, 2, 4 actually equals 11. I know. I love it. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. That's funny. I hope it's okay that I choose to make you part of the Blue Crew on site. Makes it easier to share your videos. I know. I'm not subbed to you anymore. Oh my gosh, I'm having flashbacks looking at your channel thinking, I don't know what happened to not be subbed. Stargazers, Holy Days, Oracle reading 2 weeks ago. I'm going to put that in my watch later. Huh, welcome. Yeah, and I love for people to be able to share what they need or to be able to find each other. I'm not saying it's like when I'm in someone else's live stream and I can't press on other people's channels to find them. It's just, I miss that feeling. I wish that YouTube would just go back to the fucking, like, could we just be able to find each other without anything? You know what I mean? I know on the plan says YouTube does that they remove subs. I know. And I find that they'll remove more people that resonate with me than people who don't. Go figure, eh? So there's certain channels that I have, love them, but don't really watch or listen to certain content. It doesn't resonate with me. They're on their journey, I'm on mine. But I still say sub because I want to be a part of that, just see their stuff pop up. But I don't partake of certain things, right? Especially when they're in a certain fluctuation of energy. I truly believe that, you know, we're all on different, you know, steps and different paths of our journey. And there's people who really need to speak up about certain things that are happening in real time in the world. And for me, once I'm aware of a certain thing, I don't want to be like, right? I don't focus more attention on it unless I'm guided and meant to. But I've noticed that years ago where the subs that disappear, the places that I subscribed will disappear where I actually wanted their content and it was important to me. But hey, I've learned to let that go, and, you know, don't sweat the small stuff. Don't even sweat the big stuff. At this point, anything that triggers us, ask yourself how much you're being used as a puppet because your anger and your frustration is not helping you or anyone else, right? Allie, thanks, Genevieve. Yes, one moment at a time. We're guided by spirit. Yep. I know, Allie. What an awesome screen name you have, Languages of Light. Lights. Allie says nice. I'm gonna have to give those coffee bags a try. I'm weary sometimes of tea or anything like the bags. Sometimes I feel like the bags, like the tea that's in the bag is good, but the actual bag gives me a stomach ache. So I'm very cautious. I prefer to buy loose things and buy the one type of filter that I know is fine for me than actually use certain teas and stuff. Because I realized that a while ago, it's like, is it the tea that's making my tummy hurt, or is it a fucking bag that's got plastic and whatever chemical compounds in it? There you are, Alex. Me thought maybe you was sleeping. How are you, sweetie? Welcome. Bonjour, bonjour. Welcome, Romania, Transylvania in the house. Allie says, me too, Jen. I love it when you could just click a name. Yup. And Allie says, I've made everyone moderators for the same reason, because everyone is included. Same. And I actually don't feel very good when I hesitate to put somebody blue, but I also understand that all I need is to make sure that somebody's actually a real person and that there's like some sort of connection, right, to what our vibration that we want to manifest here. Because even if somebody's perspectives or beliefs is completely the opposite, that doesn't matter, right? But just be cautious of, like, you know, moderating somebody who's not even somebody. And I've probably done it more than times than I can actually. It says 1313 on my screen. I've probably done it before and it's never come back to haunt us. But hey, I wonder sometimes about certain people or certain things, because it's like certain people can't get into my live streams or comment. They have to come in as another channel. It's like, I never fucking did anything, right? I never pressed on anything for that to happen. And here's a fun fact. Anybody, whoever I did block back in the day or last year or 2 years ago, all of everything that I have on YouTube, whether it's in my studio, my live stream, or my normal YouTube, it says I have 0 blocked people. And there are specific people that I know I blocked and that have even asked me, could you unblock me? I come and I listen to you and I can't talk. And it's like, first of all, if you were blocked, you've got the fucking warning back in the day, right? Stop, otherwise I'm going to block you. And I don't know how to unblock you because it doesn't show up as blocked anywhere, right? There could be some settings that I'm lacking because I don't have a computer and I don't have, right, a certain things that show up. But I mean, and it's just like, especially people that I did block, they're all people with multiple channels. So show up as your other channel, like, right? That's it. I am so not tech savvy that if there's a way to unblock, you're not showing up. I don't know how. There you are, sweetie. I was thinking about you, Lake Superior, Skywatcher, nature lover. How are you? Hey, chat peeps. Hope you all are having an 11 day of hope and vibes and calm whenever possible. Yes. Damn River Boys. Well, now you're definitely staying. Subscribe to me. That way you can eventually come along and fish the Chesapeake Bay with me. I hope you're talking to me. I want to go Chesapeake Bay. I would fucking fish with you in a heartbeat, dude. Make you blush the whole gosh darn time, or just a little, right? Wouldn't want you to be like too blushy. Oh boy. Damn, I would love to make you blush in person. Damn River Boys. Halle Berry, dude, I feel like only after one session with a therapist, so much has dropped away from me. Talking to a stranger who validated me with words I didn't use was freeing. I'm not sure I need to talk to her anymore. And I got the feeling she felt that way after our meeting yesterday too. I completely resonate with that, Allie, that it might not need to be more than the one time. Yeah. And there's it's so freeing, right? There's no, like, our friends love us, our families love us, people who know us love us, but there's zero projection. There's zero expectancy of what we should have said or what we should feel when it's a stranger. So yeah, definitely the one time, like, you know, right? And it could be like, I love it. I completely. And that's why if you're ever in public and somebody just all of a sudden spills out what's happening in their life or some trauma from the past, how precious that is, because you're the walking, talking therapist. You know what I mean? You're not going to get the kudos. You're not going to get like something in your bank deposit, but you're the walking, talking therapist. I've had this happen to me my whole life with veterans, people who have served. I don't come from a family of service per se. You know what I mean? So there's a part of me that I don't know what it is that will attract someone who's served in the military to tell me that deepest, darkest thing that they never told their wife, their children, or their family. But I mean, I hold stories as the vault that I am of things that, you know, and I've been told, like, I can't believe I just told you that, like, this, like what have I done? Like, I'm traumatizing you. And it's like, no, there's a part of me that was ready, or that it was planned that it would be me, right? And you know, when you go to the grocery store, for example, and you ask somebody just, how's your day? And they actually tell you. And that's the thing. You're the walk and talk and therapy witness of they need to let something out so that space can be actually held, right? Witnessed. Witness changes everything. And it doesn't need to be, you know, some people, right, depending on what the layers of what they need, it does need to be more than once, but others, the one time will change the way that we perceive what we went through. Saying it out loud changes the vibration of holding things in. Saying it to a stranger versus saying it to a family member who loves you, you're not going to get that fear back, right? So when you tell somebody that loves you and that cares for you, once they start to worry about you because of what you said, you're fucked on some energetic level. That cord of energy of I am worried And especially if somebody's so fucking worried that they'll go and tell mom, they'll go and tell their best friend, they'll tell their husband or boyfriend, they'll tell their colleague at work, oh my God, my sister's going through this, or my best friend's going through this, and I need to talk to you about it because I'm so scared for her, I'm so worried. Well, all those little worry cords are exactly what, right, holds us in place of certain traumas and certain things. It really is. If we really understood the power of our thoughts and our words, first of all, we wouldn't share certain stories. We would vault them inside of us, not because they are a secret, but because it's nobody's fucking business. And here's the thing. I shouted out this book earlier, John O. Lancaster. It's autobiographical. He speaks of his life from birth until, where he's at in his 30s right now. And he never kiss and tells. He doesn't tell stories from the perspective of his wounds. There's so much discretion. So if somebody wants to say in a comment somewhere, or write to him, or write on his, on Instagram, hey, that was me he was talking about in chapter 2. I'm his best friend since I was a kid. Well, they have the choice to do that. But otherwise, I can't go Google who the fuck Joe Blow Pocono was because he was Jono's best friend in 2002. And I want to know about him because he didn't talk about the person. He never told anyone else's story but his own. Like, it's so fucking amazing compared to how you'll go into other people, right? I'm going to take the example of Matthew Perry. I never read the biography stuff that he wrote about or whatever, but he fucking hurt a lot of people. He caused a lot of fucking ripple effect of people being like, what the fuck, bro? Right? Telling my shit is not your story to tell. Right? We can get witness without labeling other people, blaming other people, victimizing ourselves, and making ourselves look like the fucking superhero, and everybody else, right, deserves to be like exposed and stuff like that. It's so fucking important, guys. Proud of you, Allie. Mark Basket, you funny. Blocked people matter. Blocked people matter. Yes, they do. Allie makes me giggle too. I know, blocked people matter. Oh, God. Oh, blocked people, go speak on your own. Oh, damn River Boys. Yes, definitely talking to me. Whoop, whoop. Yeah, like Spirit Skywatcher. Tonight, strong new moon. Yeah, I'm feeling it right now. Oh my gosh. I'm going to have to move around, take a break. Oh my gosh. I miss you guys so much. How is Corey? Allie Berry. Corey and I have a show tomorrow. Winery reached out to me this week. It'll be our first show of the year. I love it when the venues find us. Fuck yeah, baby. I know, eh? I love it. That's awesome. He's happy for you guys. We freaking miss you guys. It's like, are you guys going to practice and share maybe? And if you don't, I'll go back and listen to old stuff. Right on, Allie. You going in for some Timmies? Right on. Like Spirit Skywatcher, Nature Lover, Wow, Jen. I didn't even think about it that way, but I have been using more humor dealing with my situation. Yeah. Humor helps, eh? It really does. And there's the extreme where we can go too far and we're not actually dealing with certain things because, letting the sarcasm and certain things, but yeah, humor and everything. I know, I couldn't think of a name and I didn't want to hurt anybody's feelings, Allie, so Joe Blow Pocono. I know, I like it, eh? Okay, if there's a Joe Blow Pocono here, please put your hand up. Welcome. I tried to say, like, you know, inconspicuous. Those people are like John Doe, not Joe Blow, right? Divine Spirit 313. I like when she makes that whipping sound too. Roar. Allie says Corey's doing really well. He's been taking care of himself like I've never seen. I think the doctor scared the shit out of him. Well, good. Better than the doctor or, you know, little things than an actual life-changing, right? Fuck. We were gonna try out, Allie says we were gonna try out for America's Got Talent, but we missed the boat. Were they local enough that you wouldn't have had to go far? Maybe next year. That would be so fun to perform on a stage that big. Rawr. I watched a clip last night. It was a little girl singing, it's the monkey song. Like a monkey. I forget how to fucking sing it. The monkey song. No, I see you. I can't remember the words. Anyways, she was on that show and she fucking rocked it. She was so... I loved her. Oh, wow, Allie, I didn't know that. That's pretty cool. Pretty cool. They only do virtual auditions now, so no travel. Fuck. God loves certain things that, you know, the C and the L lockdown, brought into our reality, eh? How virtual things or being able to do things completely differently. And I want to like shout out to like all the deliveries and stuff that are available now, like because I live where all that's like super available. You know, I last week when I felt like, you know, shit on a stick, and Lily too, and it was like, what the fuck do I do now? Do I call a cab, hacking my way, you know, like a little fucking hacking ball, try to go do groceries and get the stuff that I need? And it's like, fuck that shit. Went on Instacart and got it delivered. And, you know, I'm well aware that there's a markup, and it's like, but what it would have cost me in taking a cab and how it would have felt for our bodies, just the gratitude of certain things that are there now, right? And I say that, but, you know, knock on wood, there will come a time where I live somewhere that's not even possible for me, right? The Instacart don't deliver fucking, you know, 20 miles into the fucking bush. So while I'm here to be able to use certain services, and I personally hate going to do like certain shopping and stuff like that. So especially sick, right? Being able to have the fucking Kleenex and some, you know, some ginger and certain things delivered was a godsend. I was even like almost tripping on the dude that was delivering, because it's like, wow, this is like the ultimate guy. He knows how to fucking shop, and let's go, bring it home. Right? I think I was delirious at the time. Dance Like a Monkey. And granddaughter favorite when I played it for her. Who sings Dance Monkey anyway? I don't know. Lily's not listening to me. Amy sent me that song the day that she heard it, whatever amount of years ago when it came out. She sends me this song and she's like, Mom, you have to listen to this song. If you don't love it, that means I don't even know you, basically. And you know what I mean? So my mom, like, radar is like, oh shit, what the fuck is she sending me? And the minute I pressed on, you know, and she started singing, I was like, roar, I fucking love it. She nailed it. Lily doesn't even like the song anymore because I tend to, like, play with it a little too much. Lily's not my biggest fan when I sing, because I make up words, and she says I don't know the words. I know the words, I just change them because I'm a lyricist. I'll be back. Oh my god. Damn River Boys, you still here? I just had a memory. It's one of the good things that happens to me when I take a break, when I move around, things come up. Chesapeake Bay. I can't remember who bought the book, who wrote the book. I gotta Google it right now. Oh my God, it's a lifelong book. I gave it away in 2019. Carried it with me my whole fucking life. I gotta go check who wrote it. I can't remember who wrote it. I can see the cover of the book that I had, the copy that I had. James Michener. I'm trying. Oh, I gotta find. I'm gonna go on images and find the exact copy that I had. It was this one. This is the copy that I had with the fucking goose on it. Chesapeake. I guess it wasn't called Chesapeake Bay. Chesapeake. I read that book 2 to 5 times. I can't remember now. From the time I was about 13 years old, I would say until my 30s. And now I can't even remember like the premise of the book, but it was one of my favorite books. I'm gonna try and I'm gonna find it. Hey God, I gotta do some of my magic, because I'm really good at taking fucking screenshots but then not remembering. And I have in my notes I have book list, so that when I'm at the used bookstore or the library, that I can try to remember the fucking books that I want. Notes, books, add. Sorry guys, doing a little bit of my own stuff here. But sometimes I try to give myself to remember things, but then I forget. And I'm like a bookworm right now. Bookworm. Here, fishy, fishy. Bookworm. Hey, fishy, fishy. So. Where did you see an owl? On my chair? It's not an owl. Does it look like an owl? It actually does, doesn't it? It's no, wrap thingamajigs you wear when you're at the beach or when it's nice out and you want to cover your body a little bit to protect from the sun, or not be sharing your boobs out to everybody. I see it more as a moth. It could be a, I don't know why I feel moth energy, but it could be a butterfly. My sister got it for me. Well, she had a bunch and she let me choose the one that I wanted. Me and Lily got first dibs on choosing the ones that we wanted. And this is the one that I love the best. If I remember correctly, it's from Brazil, because my sister was in Argentina, Brazil, just before Christmas. Yeah, I love that song, Allie. I had some experience being the monkey. That's for sure. A passionate butterfly moth owl. Roar. I know, I love it when things are more than one thing, eh? When you see more than one thing in something, that rocks my world. Alex, the farmers are also going to go on strike in Romania. Whoop, whoop, whoop. They received courage from German farmers. Finally, something's happening here too. Fuck yeah, Alex. Thanks for the update, dude. Boots on the ground. This is where like the true stuff that's actually happening in the world, right, comes through. That's why so many videos and live streams get banned or, right, shadow banned or completely blocked or deleted, is because we're getting the truth out of what's actually happening, right? Right on, Alex. Good. Definitely a lot of protection. And People are gonna have to man up at some point. Like, fucking the whole fucking world is a shit show of a stage. That video that I shared yesterday, Alex, about the in schools and stuff, like it's beyond comprehension, but it's happening. It's real, right? Put your head in the sand and act like everything's fucking normal and fine, but it is fucking not. Thanks for saying so, damn River Boys. Driving for the next hour, yet listening. Cool beans. Ah, Allie says, true that. My sister played that song so much, though. I'm very glad it's no longer her ringtone. I'm not smart enough to know how to change my ringtones. I use the Cricket for texts, and I use Strum, like just a guitar riff. I use Apple products. Pretty much all of them gifted to me or hand-me-downs. And I don't even usually use notifications and stuff, but when they do ring, because I turn them on because I rubbed them a little bit. No, I'm joking. When I turn on my notifications because I'm waiting for a call or a text, that's what I hear. Definitely you see the owl right on, damn River Boys. Thought you were driving. No text and drive. Hands off the phone. 10 and 2. It's probably too cold out to have one arm out the window with the window down, eh, today, damn River Boys? And don't answer. I'm testing to see if you're going to grab that phone. Oh my gosh, I'm teasing. Allie Berry says, before I was in Robert Seffler live, it was a premiere about Aryan race magic, Zoroastrians. Juicy. Could you share that channel with me? I don't believe that I know that name. That sounds juicy for sure. Only certain things really resonate with me right now, and like where my imagination and mind go to and what I need. That sounds kind of juicy for sure. It's 50. I don't know what 50 is. Let me go check. 50. What's 50F?
Like,
isn't it 30 something freezing for 50F in Celsius? Oops, I put 40 instead. 50F in C. Ooh, 10 degrees. Ah, fuck, you can have your arm out the window a little bit. That's barely nipply at all.
That's summer weather for us.
10 degrees would be summer weather for us, Lily says. Fuck yeah. Whee! Thanks, Allie. I would appreciate it. There's a couple. Atlantean Gardens. Grab the link. Boom! I thought I had seen the name. Okay, I've narrated a couple of his books. And he reached out to me and thanked me. Promoted it on social media. Oh, Allie, that's awesome. I'm so proud of you. I gotta tell you, honey, we missed you, eh? I miss your narrating, definitely, and that's up to us and me to go back and listen to the stuff that I never heard. But I'm loving the daily stuff that you're putting out for birthdays. I'm pretty pumped about the January 13th because my stepdaughter's birthday is that specific day. I'm tuning into all of them, whether I comment or not, or whether I'm there when you're actually live or catching it after, because there's always something that resonates somewhere. Thank you. Just gonna grab it. I'm gonna put, yeah, I'm really into just the esoteric kind of channels and the ones that speak of just different stuff from that perspective. Alex, in the United States, it's easy to texting while driving because almost everyone drives a car that's automatic transmission. I prefer a manual standard, but that's just me. Allie, I missed you too. Feeling thankful to be where I am. I feel that for those of us who have streamed or done videos for a long time, Allie, it's just normal that we do have pauses or breaks, and that truly that's where other people, right, will often step up and start their own or continue, right? So, you know, if we actually like watched or documented or went back in our memory bank of how many years, right? So for me and you, Allie, we're in our third year of truly, like, you know, being connected, right? And so when we look at the right, when I'm up, you're down, and by up or down, it's not even, you know, emotionally or physically or anything, but up by being, you know, very visible and consistent. And then there's a yin and a yang, and there's the periods where we're both putting out stuff, right? But it goes like this. It really does. And with so many people, I've noticed that too. Hey, John Binny. Roar, I love that you added spiritual mentor. Roar. How's it going, eh? Been to Canada lately? Sending love, love, love from Scotland. Roar, grabbing that love and amplifying it. Allie says, good to meet you, John. Jackie says, wonderful things about you. Roar, I could say super just amazing, wonderful things about John Binny too. He's been a part of my journey since, I would say, the first 3 months of my YouTube channel. Oh my gosh. Definitely. Allie Berry, I waited on a guy from Scotland last weekend in Ohio. He was very kind. Roar. I miss that about having like the being in the public and then meeting people from like literally across the world. I enjoyed that part. I especially enjoyed it, like, let's say when I was living in Quebec and operating in French, and then when somebody would come in and that they would be like just surprised and shocked that I could speak like fluent English and, you know, have that fluent conversation. Hey, Zigzagzilla, Triple Z, Z's, how are you? Thanks for coming in, dude. What's up, Genevieve? Good to see you, and greetings, everyone. Not much specifically is up. Happy new moon. I'm still kind of like a little congested, but I decided just come in anyways, and I've been on for 105. Kind of enjoying it. I've only pulled one card so far. Chrysicola, card number 16. Speak up, speak your truth. Don't hold back. And I just pulled another one, and I'll get into it in a little bit. Oh my God. Like literally today, John Binny? Do you still have other time that you need to show up at work? Are you done? Holy shitballs. I just quit my corporate job. 20 years in software engineering and artificial intelligence. Oh my God. Whoa. Okay, I need like a minute. Well, maybe not a full minute, but wow. Oh, how far you've come. Oh my God, John. Whew. Whoa. That's so epic, dude. Thanks for sharing. I was just saying earlier at the beginning of the live stream how amazing it is how when people share where they're at and the big leaps, the big steps, the big jumps are in the momentum phase. It's not a thought anymore. It's actually, right, happening. Whew. Congrats, dude. Allie says, way to go. I just heard Mel Gibson hollering, freedom. Oh my gosh, dude. Boom. Nova Supernova. I don't know if you're here and listening or just passing through or you haven't come in yet or if you not come in at all, but we were in a live stream yesterday and he was talking about Mel Gibson, that movie in Braveheart, and just the whole like, whoa. Gotta go on the plant, gotta run away, have a nice day. You too, dude. Thanks for being with us. Alex says 95% of Romanian drivers drive cars with manual transmission. This is because you have to pass the test with a manual transmission car. Woo, cool beans. I didn't know that. Just turning my dimness down a bit on my screen to make sure that my battery is not being like completely... That's cool. I personally prefer manual because of the fact that I live in, Northeast Ontario, any northern region, ice roads, snow, even, even just anything, being able to downshift. I don't know if that's the right term in English, but downshift instead of actually touching the brakes, right? So when you know how to shift, you don't actually need your brakes, and that can be like a super asset on ice roads. You gave quite a few months notice. Rawr, that's beautiful. That's awesome. It's like I can see the transition happening smoothly. You're so blessed to be able to like that planned and then that smooth transition. I'm such a person of like just shift happens fast and there's not like the ease and grace, right? It can be very I would use the word dramatic even sometimes when my certain things finally pop in. I remember when I closed my restaurant, the week before I had told my best friend, I don't know if I should be doing this anymore. The adrenaline doesn't feel good. Like I feel like this isn't for me. And a week later, boom, I shut the fucking doors and never looked back. I never gave anybody the time to adapt. I didn't give myself, but I didn't need it. I knew that was what I needed to do. Like, boom. Why? Because I would have been talked into staying much longer. I would have been wooed and courted by people who...
I just realized this year is my diamond birthday.
Diamond birthday?
It's where your age is the same as the last digit of your year. Yours will be when you're 72. It's 1972 and 2012.
Oh my god, I never even made that connection.
Me neither.
That's freaking cool, dude. Shine bright like a diamond. Don't you wish you hadn't told me now? Shine bright like a diamond.
I'm pretty sure this is the only one I get. Because my other one, my golden birthday was when I was 5, because my birthday is on the 5th.
Oh, you were so golden.
And I don't think there's any other ones.
When the numbers add up, maybe? I don't know. I don't know about those things. You're pretty more savvy than your mama. I forget if I was saying something. Totally forget. John Binney and building my business. Let's go. Yeah, I love it. I was thinking about you, Zigzagzilla. You were in my awareness in the last, 48 hours. Specifically, I was flashing back to certain images or energy that you had shared when you were with your bestie dudes. Yeah. Oh, and I remember one of the reasons you came up to my awareness is because I got my New York hat. I put it like in the kitchen. It usually sits near my...
Wait, no, this was my platinum birthday. What's a diamond birthday then?
I don't know. Something bright like platinum. Ooh, platinum blonde. Anyways, so it's in the kitchen, and the stuff that was happening, that is tunnel energy happening in Brooklyn. And I was reading a book the other day, and there was Brooklyn energy in the book, and it was like, what's up with Brooklyn? And then the tunnel stuff is coming up.
Platinum birthday and diamond birthday are the same thing. There's no other birthday.
You're like a platinum jubilee. John Benny. I took a leap off the cliff. There was a big cloud from 60 there to step on and rise my vibes higher and higher. That's beautiful, John. Lake Superior Skywatcher and Nature Lover says, that's amazing, John. You will take that so much farther working for yourself. Congrats. Oh, fuck, John. Oh, my God, honey. When I resigned, my boss said the world needs me. We need the peace, love, equality, the compassion, the whole of us. Oh, my gosh, my shivers have shivers. Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
And it's like that thing where there's someone that's going to, like, right, replace. No one ever truly replaces who we are, but someone who it's their dream and their destiny to be doing what you were doing. And that's the thing, eh? When you're being guided from within to change your career, your job, your passion, your mission, your purpose, and when you actually hold on and you don't enjoy what you're doing anymore, when you actually hold on because you're afraid of the change, someone else is wishing for your position. Someone else's biggest dream is to have the job you have. And sometimes it might, you might think, well, I'm working in fast food. Nobody gives a shit to work here. And it's like, no, there is. There's a single mom living down the street where she would walk to work instead of having to take the bus and be like, have a whole bus ride to get to her fucking job, right? So she can actually walk, or she lives across the street from where you work. Then you're holding on to that job because you're scared of going to what's next, and you hate your coworkers, you don't like it. Bad things are even starting to happen at work. You're fucking up contracts, you're fucking up this, you're spilling that, you're breaking that. But that one person that's closer, that's the job that they need to step into for their life to be more safe and secure, right? Because we can talk from all sorts of perspectives of things that, right, that are like considered high end. But again, everybody's place, no matter what the paradigm that we truly want for the future, in the now that we're in, someone else needs that place to be liberated, right? It's the same. If you're in a relationship, you're stagnant, you've been married for years, you don't have physical contact, you don't even feel a friendship anymore. Someone else, the future partner, needs that person to be liberated and given the time to grow, to learn from the lesson, to heal from the breakup, to be the next person. It's all about soul contracts. It's not about, that you weren't worthy or good enough and that you didn't work hard enough to fix the relationship. Frequency can't just be fixed with intent. You either are in that divine union energy, and yes, energy and things will fluctuate all the time, but you're meant to be together. Your souls have a contract now, not the contract you had 5 years ago or 5 months or 15 years ago, right? And personally, because I've lived this in myself, right, of separating from my marriage, knowing that I could see the future partner of my ex-husband, and that they have now, they're now are in their like 13th or 14th or 15th, they're in their 15th year together, and with another child that they had together. So if I would have held on because everything, says, oh, work harder, go to therapy, do all this shit, right? Even if I hadn't, they wouldn't have the time that they have accumulated, right? Anyways, from the higher perspective of why we're actually here and what it means to be here and what soul contracts are, it's so much easier to see than from the perspective of, you're married, you promised each other for life. These things are the skewed stuff, right? Anyways, I'm not gonna get into that, but you know what I'm saying. And if you don't know what I'm saying, well, life's gonna like slam you and you're going to realize it someday. That's beautiful that your boss like didn't play a fucking victim fiddle and is able to encourage. Exactly, John. I've been doing the double time for years. I've been building my business for 3 years. The quantum healing, the clearing, the past life regression, the mentorship, mediumship. So much fun. Ali asks John, are you familiar with Dolores Cannon? That way, right. Love, free energy, sharing our gifts, talents. Does that, John? Yeah, all the time. If there's one person that's been consistently showing up for freaking years, sharing, it's John Binney. It's like Superior Sky Watcher. That's so beautiful to be helping others, John. John Binney says, yes, Ali, I'm aware of Dolores Cannon, but I'm about 95% self-taught. Like those numbers, John, I would say the same for myself. 95 even or more. But yeah, and self-taught to the point where I can take a book, read it from front to back, and really just absorb what resonates for me and leave the rest out, right? I don't try to monkey or use something that doesn't resonate for me, right? Really, Allie, interesting, wonderful. I visited one of her practitioners for past life regression in 2020, and it was something. And Allie specifies Dolores Cannon was self-taught too. Yeah. And really, self-taught means that we go grab information and knowings from many different sources and people and different avenues, right? Being outside in nature in a meditation, that is one of the highest forms of, absorbing things through the self, right? Ali says her method is called quantum healing hypnosis technique. Rawr, John. 4 people signed up for my new training course when I resigned. Yay. That's beautiful. Heidi, thank you, sweetie. Lily Rose has been a gem since she was thought of into creation. Heck yeah, baby. John Vinny says, Allie, I love that. Yes, I've experienced her sessions. My sessions are the other way around, where I walk my client through the session, heal their chakras, talk to their guides, and go into the underworld, etc. John Binney, yes, the world needs the whole of us. Yep. And I truly believed as well what the world needs is for the true just leaps of faith. Not all of us are going to build a business, but we're going to share our energy in different ways. And the way that we are guided, and really trust that. It's not about mimicking, others. It's not about watching others and then doing as they do. It's about watching others, but bringing in our own magic, our own way, right? It's like a couple years ago, somebody was watching me and had, we'd even talked in the background. And as I was reading cards, as I was streaming, like he said, you should concentrate more when you pull a card, Jen. And I was like, dude, I'm not that girl. I'm not going to lay out the cards and have fancy fucking nails and go into an and ah and fucking start talking and channeling shit. That's not me, right? I can understand that you got people that you watch that do it a certain way and you might feel it's more credible. It makes you feel safer, makes you feel good. And that me shuffling, but talking about fucking coffee or talking about something else as I shuffle, you think I'm not attentive enough? It's the way that I do it, right? And the more that people have their little like ways that they do stuff that you can tell, it just is, right? That's what rocks my world the best. Heidi says to John, John, always great to see you. What great news. It's definitely your calling. Yeah. I ain't forgotten that whole Eddie Vedder timeline too, eh, John? I still see that. I really do. I really do. Did I say? I really do. I see it so much, it's actually like, ooh. I love you, dude. Whew. Nice, John. Well, I'm still at my corporate job. I'm running weekly meditation classes. People love it. And even my boss comes along. Roar. Fuck yeah. That's so cool. Heidi, Divine Spirit 313, not all soul contracts are lifetimes. But on some level they are. Too, though, Heidi, is that the expectation, it's like, I'm going to give you just a quick analogy example. I swore that I would love my husband forever and respect, honor. And that has never gone away, whether he doesn't want a relationship that's a friendship with me or not. Right? The only thing that ever changed when I left a masculine was that my body was not to be their little chew toy or play toy anymore. Right? That's the only thing. That's it. So the fact that we didn't have solid enough friendships to stay friends, to be able to watch our children grow, hang out, have massive fucking birthday parties with every fucking buddy that we love now, that blows my mind. Right? Because I remember telling even my ex 5-6 years ago, the only thing that's changed is that this body is not going to, right, have contact with you. It's not going to live with you and sleep with you in the same bed. That's it. Because ultimately, we could have separated, lived together for 5 or 6 months to make sure that we both had an easy transition into our lives, kept the children, right, safe, happy, content, instead of me having to move fast, because he couldn't stand to see my face, because he was in so much physical pain and emotional pain, because he could not, and I'm going to be really crude, put his tongue down my throat or have the fucking wham jam, right? And I'm being crude and just being like whatever on purpose, because that's the thing. Who I am, the essence of me, my soul, even if I evolve, is still me. So if you love me enough to call me a wife and a sexual partner, but you can't still have that relationship that is strong and powerful, and even more powerful, because obviously if we had an amazing friendship, an amazing relationship, if our sexuality was completely on board, there would have never been a separation. Right? So one person kids themselves that whatever is supposed to stay the way it is when it doesn't even exist anymore, but is not ready to hold the hand of that same person into the future to make sure. And a perfect example of that is 2 awakened beings a couple years ago separated. They had the assets that they had together, and instead of he or she having to find a place really fast because they weren't lovers anymore, they transitioned into being able to secure the housing that they needed without anybody having to go live at mom's or go do something or go live at a friend's house in their fucking basement on a fucking couch. And like those people said, to be honest, this isn't easy. We're grieving our relationship as we're still living close together in the same, right? Same building, whatever. And I'm telling this in a way that you can't tell who it is, but if you know who it is because you were part of that timeline, you understand what I'm saying. And they talked about it openly. I could go share the last video. It's in my saved videos of Twin Souls or something like that, of what it is. how can you love somebody one day and believe that they're your future, your life, and your be all and end all, and the next day you're kicking them out of the house, freezing the bank accounts, and taking the fucking car keys to make sure that you have what belongs to you, what you feel belongs to you, right? None of that actually makes sense from a higher perspective that doesn't take things personally and grab victimhood and, swing it around for everybody. Anyways, again, take what resonates, leave the rest like usual. Exactly. Thank you, Heidi. I felt that you would, talk about that. Divine Spirit 313 says, I know exactly what G says because I did that with Matt, my ex, too. I adore his wife. Exactly. And you've helped with the children. You are part of their life as an extended family member. And that's it. And that is so freaking healthy that people can't even conceive of that. Like, I've been laughed at by people in my reality. Of course your ex doesn't fucking want to hang out with you. Of course his new girlfriend doesn't want anything to do with you. And it's like, why? She should be my fucking best friend. Why? Because if anybody's never going to fucking cheat or try to take him away, it's me, right? People have watched too many movies or experienced that an ex still likes an ex and then they play around. But in reality, if I've been there, done that, bought the fucking t-shirt and decided to leave, why the fuck would I want to be with him again? Why? Makes no fucking sense, right? Again, all the Matrix games, all the movies, all the books, all those like romance novels that, oh, the love of my life from high school, I just refound them and all that bullshit. If you fucking love somebody in high school and you didn't fucking get, you know what I mean? Like, Anyways. Oh. Alex, my father always told me I was for the world, just not for this. Allie says, do you think Tim Hortons coffee has more caffeine than most coffees? Yes. Maybe more caffeine, but there's like a certain ingredient, I forget what the name of it is, that they add that makes that addicty, kind of want it again feeling. And again, I can't remember what the word is or but there's something. And personally, I can drink Tim's in the middle of the night and still fall asleep. Like, caffeine doesn't affect me the way that, right, that stereotypical way. I can drink a coffee in the morning that feels good, that feels like it wakes my body, but I can drink a coffee in the middle of the night because I can't sleep and it helps me fall asleep. Alex, American coffee is not coffee according to Europeans. Divine Spirit 313. Earlier, G was talking about watered down coffee. LOL, sounds like my parents' coffee water. That's exactly what it is, the l'eau de café. It looks like water that's just dirty because it's so not dark, Heidi. Yeah. Like some people, that's the way they enjoy it, right? Ali, I came across a short this past week that gave advice about how to learn about your calling. And the first thing to do was to imagine what you would do with your time if you could only do one thing the rest of your life. Roar, Heidi. I mean, Ali. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, sweetie, I get it. John Binney says, I incarnated on Earth to help save the planet. And for the coffee some days. It's just for the coffee. I love you, John. Heck yeah. Even 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 a superhero needs some love juice, right? No matter what our choice is. Divine Spirit 313, I hear you, G. True love is everlasting. Not just the relationship shared in some lifetimes. Exactly. Exactly. And if we could beam into certain people like that knowing of what a soul contract is, the knowing of how it is for a greater good, right? especially those of us that see certain things or feel certain things, future wise, the seers. If you knew what you were holding somebody back from by not allowing yourself to do certain things or make certain moves or make certain changes, and how it collectively, right, over time, it affects many other people for us to not be making certain choices, doing certain things, right? John Binney says, I love that, Allie. I help lots of people find their calling. Mainly, I ask their spirit guides and higher self. And people can do this themselves too. You breathe deep breaths, hand on the heart, and you ask questions out loud. Yeah. One of the things that I find is I don't tend to always either ask the right questions or like demand with the right words what I actually mean or what I actually want. I'm lacking sometimes in the direct communication, like the directness. I don't know if that makes sense, but like for years of fight or flight, my wish, my desire, my demand is to be safe. But that's not enough for the universe as well to help or to guide me, because safe is an ambiguous word, right? One person's definition of safety is not the same as another. A man's idea of safety is not the same as, a single mom. A single dad's definition of safety is not the same as as a man who doesn't have children, right? It's very different. Somebody who lives in a certain habitat, certain geographical location, who's never had, to leave a certain area, won't understand something than someone else who was raised more nomadic, someone who's changed places so many times, right? So your idea of home, what actual home is, how home feels, what like Scarlett O'Hara in Gone with the Wind, like the dirt, the land of Tara, I don't know how you pronounce it, right? Everybody pronounces it differently, but the land, like she knows that's her land. She will fight, she will do anything to have that land that is hers and to keep it safe, right? But when the whole world is like kind of your basin, but you don't know where that one spot is, how that ache for home, even if you have a home, is there inside of you, right? Alex, I drink 8 coffees in a day. My blood pressure is like that of a pilot. Jet fuel in your veins, says Allie. John says, now I want a coffee, but it's almost 9. John's in Scotland. Heidi says, yes, G, I love them, and I love their children with all of my heart, and they love me too. Exactly, sweetie. How much safer that is for children than no contact, no extended, right? No extended family, no extended support, no extended love. It's a whole other level. And what that shows for them, right? To grow up and to aspire that they will, when they grow up, that they will have partners that are of that kind of soul resonance, that, it's a fucking horrifying thing to be told by the person that you live with, that you love, that's your partner, that they will love you and support you forever. But again, the day that you know that you can't be with them physically, intimately, sexually, that they throw you to the wind, that you become a piece of shit, you know what I mean? That they won't support you in, you know what I mean? Love, honor, support. whether that intimacy is there or not. And again, the truth is that relationships don't just fall apart if there's intimacy, communication, the same frequency, same likes, same dislikes, same values and morals. Because for me, that's always been the thing with my adult true intimate relationships. Ultimately, who I was has never truly really changed. Like, I've evolved, I've grown, blah 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 blah, but my morals, my values. But when somebody meets me, it's very easy for them to mirror my morals and values, and for them to say that they want the same belief system that I have, but how over time, whether it's months or years, they don't actually have the same morals, the same values, the same belief system that I have. It was just mirrored because it was very easy to want to be like that wee person that I am. And that's the thing. The wee person that I am, that wild child energy that manifests a masculine who wants to be with me within months. And as soon as like the relationship is clinched, then I'm, shh, don't, shh, be quiet. Why are you so loud? Why are you like that every time we're in public? And it's like, what the fuck are you talking about? This is how I was when you met me. You met me and I was like fucking wee and fucking animating this and animating that and being all fucking happy and saying nice things to people in public and having fucking conversations. But now you're embarrassed. You want me to shut up? And you want me to stop asking people questions? You want me to tell somebody that comes up to me to talk to me that doesn't even know me to get the fuck out of my way because I might embarrass my partner? Like, how the fuck does that make sense? Right? And that's what often happens with us, that us women, that, you know, we have that childlike vibe. We have that childlike wonder. We are fucking all 144% of grabbing life by the fucking like wee and going with it. But then our masculine is like, oh, it's too much, right? It would be the equivalent of you, Allie, who somebody meets you because they saw you on stage and they think you're so fucking amazing, and they saw you walk the room after and how everybody loves your friendliness and everybody thinks you're so amazing. But then once you're in a relationship, oh fuck, I can't believe you got another gig tonight. Like, what the fuck? Like, you're always taking these gigs all the time. Or, oh, do you always have to go talk to everybody after? Like, can we just go home and have some peace and quiet? Bitch, that's how you fucking met me. That's why you wanted to be with me. Right? And now you want me to tone down? Now you don't like the fucking clothes that I wear? Because they're what? It's too much color for you? But you fell in love with me when I was wearing that fucking neon fucking t-shirt and fucking, you know what I mean? It makes no fucking sense. And women do this too, right? Just saying. Women love that guy with the long fucking hair and he's smoking a joint and he's the fucking bad boy. And then all of a sudden they're with him and you need to cut your hair. You need to fucking stop smoking pot. I can't believe you smoke so much pot. You're fucking stoner. Like, what the fuck? Ugh. Blows my mind. Blows my fucking mind. Every time. Anyways. John says, Jean, yes, I know a few ex-couples and they're living together and working through it. My wife hasn't awakened yet and she is incredibly supportive, even though she doesn't quite get what my new business is. Whoa, dude. Thanks for sharing that, because, you know, especially those of us who are not in union, we put union on a pedestal that everybody gets everything at the same time, and it's not like that. Right? Or we assume because somebody has, you know, that the balance of everything is exactly the yin and the yang and everything that's needed, but how there can be like certain, just not completely on board of understanding certain things. And that support. How somebody, it's completely possible for someone to support their partner, their friend, their family members, even when they don't understand why you would make certain choices or why you would choose certain things. Raw. And this is where, right, the definition of unconditional love. If you don't get it, why somebody's choosing something, Are you going to nag and rag and tell them they should be doing something else? Are you going to fully fucking let them fly and do what they do and allow for them to do it, even if you don't get it? This is so beautiful, John. Go team. Yeah. Allie says, I'm in Ohio. Yeah, the dirty water, Allie. Allie, oh, the taste of Tim Hortons is good. Gives you the jitters, though? I feel like there's good jitter feelings when ingesting something, and then there's the what the fuck have I done? I never want this feeling again. Like personally, I can't have energy drinks and stuff like that because I don't like that feeling. How another person, right, really that rocks their world. They like it, they enjoy it, it helps them thrive, and me is not that girl. And I had a bad experience because one time there was an energy drink and it was a really small little can and it was so cute and it was blue, and I had one and it was fine, and so I bought another one time. This was in 2009. I specifically remember, and we were going on a hike, and so I was like, oh, this would be a good time to have one of those little energy drinks. They're so cute and they're so small, and I love those little cans, and I keep the little cans for crafting. And so anyways, I had the energy drink, and by the time we got up, it wasn't a mountain, but it was a mount. You know what I mean? It was a hike. It was a hike where we had to, you know, you don't just go up the mountain, you go like this. Anyways, what the fuck? Get to the top, and my heart was beating like a jackrabbit on crack. I was so fucking scared that my heart was gonna fucking explode because we were like, you know, in the middle of nowhere. Took an hour and a half to get up, and no cell phones, you know what I mean? Nothing. So that was my last experience of anything energy drink wise. Allie, you getting ready to go out into the world? Right on. Roar, Allie. I've been making my own deodorant and I love it. Dude, I haven't worn deodorant in freaking years. I only exclusively use coconut oil. But I used to play with making my own with coconut oil base, and, you know, depending on what I was like, you know, playing around with, my potions or whatever I want to call them. Baking soda, certain essential oils and stuff like that. But I like just straight coconut oil. I'm not one to sweat much. And the only time I sweat where it actually will have like a smell is if I have fear. If I have utter fear, if I'm in fear, like whoa, like my body emanates that fear smell. I call it my fear smell. So that's so cool. Yeah, I used to love playing with that stuff and doing that. Even if I wasn't using it for myself, sharing it. Yeah, Allie, fear scent. Yep. There are times in my life where I've been somewhere and it's my own body odor telling me that I need to get the fuck out of Dodge because something's coming. Because otherwise, why does this smell come up on me? And I feel like, you know, we've been brainwashed and programmed to like layer ourselves with so many things that definitely the purer you go, especially when you manifest it yourself, Allie, the connection of, you know, the ratios that you put out for your own body and what you're guided when you do it intuitively as well, how yummy it's going to smell, but it won't cover your true essence. It's going to enhance your essence. I'm telling you, if everybody just smelled how they actually were meant to smell, there'd be a lot less fucking divorce rates in this world because you wouldn't be able to stand the smell of certain people. You would know offhand their pheromones and yours don't match. For real. I was listening to someone speak the other day about how women on birth control we will be on birth control, and it elevates our horniness. I'm going to use the words the way I speak. Our horniness and our ability to, like, our desire for sex. And so we'll meet a partner and we'll be like completely compatible, like, oh my god, like this is my dude. And often marriage will come, and even sometimes the first child, or when the birth control, stopping to take the birth control, that the libido changes completely, and that the way that you see your actual partner, you don't feel exactly the same, because the birth control that you had in your body before was making it that your body was attracted to a certain energy, that the smell, the taste of someone, right, all of it, yeah. And that, right, so that's why they'll say that women's libido will decrease after having children or childbirth. But often it's because a man will have a vasectomy, or a woman won't go on certain birth control again, so her hormones are never the same as when the meetings happened. Excuse me. I'm sorry, I'm speaking all like, verbatim from, the way that I speak. But, and after hearing that the other day, I was like, holy shit. Yeah, fuck. I know that much is true. It's real. For real. Excuse my nose and throat, guys. John Binney, ESG. Words have magic. Today I learned thoughts have magic too. Oh yes, they do. That's why collectively, right, there's so much fear stuff and so much distractions and so much fucked up shit happening in the world, and that we become aware of it because our thoughts on that. And that's why when they say, like, don't focus, it's good to be aware of what's going on, but don't focus on it, don't think about it, because all those thoughts is what the collective thinks. So, you know what I mean? Your intention might be that you want peace for the world, but when you're not thinking peace at all, and everything's distracting you to feel afraid, angry, and all these things, right? Collectively, we're bringing ourselves down all the time. Thanks, Sharon. Alia, smells like a peppermint patty. Who knew? Cocoa butter. Shea butter. I'd like to find some pure shea butter. No. Lily says no. I love it. Sorry, baby. Cocoa butter and tea tree oil would smell just like it. Thank you, Allie. Me too. I've lived many lifetimes inside of this lifetime. Within all of it, like if I meet somebody from high school or somebody I knew 20 years ago, they're not going to be like, oh my god, I can't even recognize you, you're a whole other person, because the essence of me is the same, the soul spark is the same, but the layers, right, the other stuff that's evolved, changed, grown. Allie, I feel you, Jen. Sometimes I feel like I've been so many different people, but really I'm just getting closer to who I really am. Yeah. Oh, nice picture for sure. I just noticed it too. Heidi? Yeah, I can't believe I'm just seeing it. I wouldn't have even seen it if you didn't point it out. I don't tend to look at the little, right? It's very little on my screen. Cool beans. Allie, you're so beautiful. It's not surprising. You can't be so wonderful inside without it shining through the outside. Exactly, Alex. Thank you, honey. This is someone who, after being together, wants to change you, and that is not okay. Exactly. Yeah. But that's the thing too, is, you know what I mean? It's not even that somebody wants to change me, it's that they're not secure enough in themselves, right? Because what I was saying earlier about, you know what I mean? Like about being that person who, when I worked in the public, I would see, right? 20, 30, 50, 100 people a day. So, you know, if my future partner, that I met him in that same way, then became jealous of the energy that I gave while I worked. And it's not even a flirtatious anything. It's just not being secure enough in their masculinity to be able to share the energy, because believe me, like the energy that I share with a masculine that's my dude is a whole other level than the energy that I share with anybody else on the planet. That's it. Hey Void, how you doing? John Binney, I fart fear. Yeah, exactly. Yes, food affects, what we flatulate, but definitely when we're feeling worried or fear or anger or jealousy, that smell will be different. For real. Yup. I fart fear, says John, and Allie's just busting a gut. Oh shit, I'm still laughing. Still laughing. I love it, but it's so true though. Yeah. John Binney, I don't wear deodorant. I just shower daily. Yeah, I don't even use soap. I use coconut oil. It does everything it needs to do. And I fart hourly on the clock. I don't need a clock. Hey, Jeanette, comment ça va? More Australia energy. Oh my gosh, Janet. Janet says, hey G, and everyone in chat, I came in as you said horny. G, what's speaking on today? I just used the word like boom. Oh my gosh, I love it. Horny, we were talking about horns, honey. John Binney says, Jeanette, perfect timing. Allie Berry says, I fart fear sounds like I eat fear for breakfast to me, and I don't know why. It's just a matter of fact. John Binney, when people meet me from school, they say I'm exactly the same. Yeah. Yes, but then when they expect me to react or act a certain way when a certain, subject or joke or something comes up, they can be shocked that I won't. You know what I mean? Like certain things is you know what I mean? Like the person that I was in high school that although I tried not to laugh at other people because other people were making fun of somebody, like I did, right? I fucking did. I was a mean sometimes. And the me that I am now, like I doesn't think it's funny. That's it. It doesn't matter if I thought it was funny like 30, 40, 50 years ago. It's not funny now. Or some jokes, right? Like I'm a big believer in silly giggles, ridiculous stuff, but not pointing and singling things or people out where they can feel like really really ashamed or embarrassed of themselves. So I will fucking tease somebody until they are blushing in their right, but tease in a way that makes somebody feel really good instead of bad. Like that teasing that makes somebody feel like they belong as part of the conversation or the group, but not like they want to exit and leave the room because they're being picked on or bullied. Like there's a freaking difference. You know what I mean? And it could be the same subject, right? Where same person, where one person wants the other person to feel so in part that the inclusion of something that makes them feel a little bit like a little bit shy. Versus feeling humiliated and wanting to leave. Allie says, I've been guilty of that, where I wanted us to both stop drinking together, and then he wasn't about it, and it didn't work out between us. But I met him in a bar. What was I thinking? And I thought we could grow on a healthy path together. Yeah, honey. And that makes so much sense, too, because there's a time, like that, what's that saying? There's a time and a place for everything. So because myself, I worked in an energy that had the restaurant and the bar for so long, but I wasn't really the drinky girl, right? So, like, let's say if I met somebody back in the day on the night that I was kind of partying and having a good time, it wasn't really cool for them to assume that I was going to be like that all week long or even once a month, right? Because I wasn't. And yeah, we need for certain people to grow at the same time or close, because let's say that you need to stop drinking for your health, right? Because you're staying, trying to catch up and be the same as you were 5 years ago, but your body's not anymore. If someone else that you're with and live with doesn't slow down at least a little bit, then you're at two different frequencies. And there's a difference between as well, too, right? There are people who will have one beer or two beers because they really like to just that feeling at the end of the day, and or that one glass of wine or even two glasses of wine to just decompress, than somebody who finishes a whole fucking bottle and needs another to start another, right? Or finishes the six pack and needs another six pack started, because what that feels like, right? So you can only stay at the same frequency for so long before it goes like this. And it's not because they're better, or smarter or greater than or less than. It's that, if somebody's fucking passing out on the couch at 7 o'clock because they drank so much, and, you're wide awake, you got energy, this would be where you would actually communicate and be intimate. That can't last, you know? And it's the thing too, is when you don't have like the beer goggles or the booze goggles, sometimes there's nothing else to talk about. There's nothing else to do if that thing's not in your hand. You got nothing to, right? Things aren't funny. It's not the same anymore. John Binney, next it will be horny farts. Oh my gosh. Allie Berry. Speaking of the fart, smells like victory. John Binney fart o'clock. Damn, River Boys, are you still there? He's like, oh my god, where's she gone? Bonjour, Sweet Peace Québec. Comment ça va, ma belle? Hey, everybody. I don't know who Bud Spencer was like John from the mini bean dish. Alex says, I don't know that. Yeah, Allie, I thought we could grow on a healthy path together. Jeanette says, me too, best moment to enter alive. I even said, I was like, I'm going to just throw words out there. I'm not watching my words. I might be even a little crude depending on who you are, but sometimes it's just needed. John Binney, quantum farts. When you fart as a child, but it comes out in the present moment as an adult. Jeanette, you get what I was saying, eh? Me too. That Mean Girls was part of my existence as well. Yeah. It wasn't a part of who we were, but I mean, certain things were just, I don't know. First of all, like growing up in the 80s and, the sense of humor and certain things, you know what I mean? It didn't have a finesse sometimes. Quantum farts, eh? Oh, when your fart rockets you into quantum awareness. Here she blows, mateys. Allie, quantum farts. Nobody is safe. Ooh. Oh my gosh, the fucking whole world might need a collective one. Right? Let out all the hot air. Good example, Jeanette. It's so true, because when I gave up smoking, I didn't expect my husband to, though. I did it for me. Yeah. And that's where the allowing someone else to not be that, oh, you smell, or oh, this, or oh, that. And, you know, my favorite non-smokers that, smokers that used to smoke that stop are the ones who actually say, light it up when you're close to me. It smells good to me. It reminds me of when I smoked, instead of being disgusted by me, right? And I get it that certain things don't smell the same, but there's a beauty to the smokers who can hold on to just respecting others' right to do whatever they do. You know, if you were knee deep in fucking cigarette butts and smoking together a week ago, um, again, the doing things for ourselves, right? Anyways, Heidi, lol, my brother's girlfriend just stopped by. Huh! I thought that was kind of cool. Kicked my foot in the air and said, "Get your son, girl," when she was leaving. Kept turning around, caught myself before I hit the ground. Boom, we were just talking about that too. The relationship. The relationships. Hi. The fall didn't hurt, is fine. It was just embarrassing. Sometimes we lighten up the mood when we don't even know why, eh? I've tripped in many a place or slammed myself into a door in order to like change the energy somewhere, and I didn't even realize I was doing it why I was doing it at the time. Jeanette says it's newly 6 years, and he gave up in 2020. Your karate move was wonky. Ellie, wonky karate is my main mode. Me too. Allie says wonky is one of my favorite words. Me too. I do. And it's funny because I can't remember if somebody wrote it in a comment that I was reading the other day or said it out loud. I was like, I love that word. Jeanette, it didn't bother me at all, and he even used to smoke in the car, and I didn't care. That's the ultimate of when you just kind of, right? You let go of something for yourself, and then it just can go on around you. Oh, Amber, that's awesome, sweetie. Excuse my. I'm so sorry, by the way, if you're wearing a headset and I'm coughing. I swear, if I was pressing on mute, I would just forget it. Anyways, it says 919 above. Amber, I've just been listening, working. You're all absolutely wonderful. Got me laughing. Good. Allie says same to Heidi. Every single time you boom shakalaka pop, my life is infused with energy and goodness. Thanks for being here, Sharon. Lake Superior Skywatcher, nature lover. Gotta bounce. Start supper. Cool beans. What time is it in my world? 4:27 Eastern time. Have fun making supper, sweetie. If you're still here, tell me what you're making just to give me food ideas. It's like I feel like I need either reminders of things I haven't eaten in a long time or new ideas. I'm going to take a break, and I had grabbed a second card. I'm going to read that when I come back, maybe pull a few, and then full circle the live stream. It's not too bad? Okay, thanks, Amber. Yeah, I really feel if I start pressing the mute button, I'm just going to forget and be on mute, and I don't know. It's my authentic self today, right? That throat, nasal. Okay, I'm just going to move around a little bit. I won't be too long. Oh. This is actually me feeling good too, eh? This is why I haven't streamed. Like, started the year with a bang after we got back from Quebec, saying I'm going to be more consistent, even if I only come on and stream 15 minutes a day. I don't have to pump out volume every day, right? And then all of a sudden, like, my nose and my throat just were like, I haven't even really left any voice messages for anybody, hardly at all in the last, I don't know how long, week, I guess it's been, I don't know. Because talking hasn't been the best. Like, me and Lily have been in, like, uber silence a lot because talking brings on the cough. Are we having a staring contest? You win. Allie says, if y'all are here when I get back, I'll see you then. Thank you, Jen, and everyone here. I won't be, sweetie. I'm wrapping it up, but sometimes the wrap up takes a little longer than I think. Thanks for being here, Allie. Amber says, spaghetti at my house. Raw. We made tomato pasta last night. Roasted some tomatoes, garlic, onions, zucchini, green pepper, celery. Roasted all that and made a spaghetti sauce. You're still in the works of supper? Not even sure yet? Raw. Right on. Alex, when did the musicians disappear? I didn't put it on for long enough. I think I talked a little bit. Okay, so earlier, I've only pulled 2 cards today, which is pretty cool. I love the live streams where there's so much flow in the chat that it's like there's no card pulling involved, really. So 2 cards came up today so far. 16, Chrysocolla. Chrysocolla is a crystal. It's not one that I have. I've asked a few places that I've been, and it's not one that has ever been in stock anywhere that I've ever been. So it's a future crystal in my reality, but I don't have one. Never seen one truly. If I have, I didn't know what it was at the time. And Chrysocolla speaks of speaking up, using your voice, using your authentic voice for kindness, right? Straight, direct, to the point, but that doesn't have to be rude or hurt other people. And just speaking up for yourself. And the next card is To Be Fair. Card number 38. 3 and 8 is 11. And I love the way that the blue kind of, right, transitions the first card to the second card. I always notice when the cards, like, when the colors match, especially when I grab, right, I always tend to grab. I have about 22 decks laid out. I don't keep them in the boxes. The boxes are all stacked on one side, and they're all in, like, little boxes, so they're easy to grab. Completely different authors, right? And the flow of the colors go together. That's, like, even more, like, synchronistic. Earlier I was speaking about how the white rose, white carnations, how the white Kleenex that have been around me for the last week, just the white energy has been very prevalent, and how inside of me I'm wishing to manifest white clothes. This has been happening to me for a long time where, okay, I have a shit fucking load of clothes, but not many of the clothes feel like what I actually want on my body. The color, the texture, just, it's not me anymore. So, like, there's a huge purge coming where I'm only going to have, like, what I really need to do is let go, right? Let it fucking go so that I can have the room. And, you know, once you let go of, like, a bunch of garbage bags, donate, gift, whatever, exchange, make space for the new. But how I feel, like, even earlier I was looking in my stuff and it's like, I need a white dress, right? That fits the way that I want it to fit. That the white energy, I want it, I need it. I will manifest it. Okay, 38, To Be Fair, balance, justice, the need to consider options, mutual benefit, and the laws of cause and effect. The Oracle's message. Life offers experiences that are challenging and experiences that are nourishing, yet over time, they strike a balance. You move from being, from stasis to doing, from discovering to loving to letting go, and then to being again. Life is a pendulum swing between all of these states. You will always oscillate back and forth between doing and being. If you are not content with where you are at this moment, remember that all experiences have their place. Accept them without judgment, and you will see how the universe adjusts in perfect balance. You do reap what you sow, so for every cause there's an effect, and wondrous things will be revealed now. You do reap what you sow, so for every cause there's an effect. And this is where words matter, and how exteriorly some people are so kind, they're so generous, they are so loving, they are renowned to be the givers. But inside, you are sick and fucking tired of giving. There's a part of you that is like, why me? Why do I always have to do this? Why am I always saying yes to things? So you wonder why yucky shit comes back to you when you've been such a giving person. But the ability to say no as a full sentence must be integrated into these energies, into the new world that we are co-creating as a collective. Doing things because they are expected of you doesn't work the same way anymore. Saying yes in order to people please and keep that codependency of certain relationships does not work anymore, right? So what worked for you for your whole life won't work the same way. The energy is not the same in our collective reality. And whether people want to hold on to it and pretend as if nothing's changing, it is. It cannot be denied, right? So the more that you actually love yourself and your self-talk as well. So if your self-talk, I talked about this earlier, if your self-talk is really bad and you're hard on yourself, that's what you're going to also receive back from others, right? Because the way that you're talking to yourself, what you're experiencing inside of you, is the mirror that comes back. Relationship message. Can you find a way to achieve fairness right now? This is a time for listening as well as speaking, for understanding as well as asking to be understood. Boom. That is really important because there's so much talk about people being their authentic selves all the time, right? But are you, am I allowing for others to be their authentic self as well, right? There's the balance of speaking versus listening. And true listening implies that you are not listening with the response already on hand. You are a blank slate listening to what's coming in, and not always, you don't have the response. Because often when we have the response of what we want to say while we're listening, we're not actually listening to the true message. We listen to the first 30 seconds, the first minute of what somebody said. We know what we want to say, and we're just going to give the person the time to finish talking until we respond with what we want to say. So we missed a part of the message that was coming to us. And this has happened to me, and I do this constantly in my life, right? Where I catch myself now where, am I really present and listening, or am I just like ready to respond? And when I realize that I'm ready to respond, I'm not actually listening, and then I shut my mind monkey off of the response and actually listen, there's way more information that I was missing. There's much to be learned, and you will learn if you remain open and objective, weighing options and considering all sides. Your heart wants to connect to others, so allow for the balanced exchange of ideas and actions. The best kind of relationship is one in which there's mutual benefit. Those two words, mutual benefit, have been coming up for me a lot in the last, I would say 3 to 5 days. If I'm not hearing somebody say those words out loud, I'm reading them. I'm going to read the last but not least protection message. Injustice and inequity are a part of life, but they do not have to define your experience. This is a time when you might observe an injustice rightened and fairly redressed. Perhaps you came to the rescue of someone else, or you are called to answer for a personal slight. You will be amazed by the sense of power that surges through you when you stand up for yourself and for others. This card also indicates a good time to advocate for others who are less fortunate. Choose your causes and commit to them because you can make a difference. And one thing is certain, if fairness is your intention, situations will be resolved for the highest good of all concerned through acts of kindness, empathy, and courage. That saying, walk a mile in someone else's shoes. We can't literally walk a mile in someone else's shoes, but we can let go of our personal perspective and try to see or feel something through someone else's version of what they're going through. And here's something that I noticed this a lot in the last years. Everybody's deepest fears are so different, right? One person's deepest fears can be somebody else, like it's like a joke to them, right? It's actually funny. It's easy to bully somebody who's afraid of certain things because you're not afraid of it. It's stupid in your head to be afraid of that thing. It's so inconsequential, but for someone else, it's their biggest fear, right? A mother's deepest fear is different than someone who doesn't have a child that they're taking care of, right? So someone who doesn't have a child can make different choices in their life because there's not 1, 2, 3, or more souls to consider, right? They can choose to travel around the world and go at the last minute and do certain things. But the person who is a parent, whether it's a mother or father, whether they're in a couple or not, they can't choose those same things. And then there will be people who say, oh, you can do the same things when you're a parent. Of course you can. But you have to have that value and moral thing inside of you, the desire to travel, right? So for myself, I've been offered, right, to go certain places around the world when Lily was super little, right? She was 4, 5, 6, 7 years old. And to other people, it would be inconceivable that I didn't take the opportunity to go to Paris, to go to London, to go to Ireland, or to even say, I don't want to go to any of those places, but let's go to Hawaii. It's inconceivable that I would pass up those opportunities. But it's not if you think about what jet lag actually is, what it's like to actually travel, and then what it feels like when there's a time difference. It's one thing for one adult to choose, I want this experience in my life. I can handle being tired for a week and being go to see as much as I can of a certain country. But it's a whole other thing if your mentality and your value system doesn't believe in that for you and your child or children, right? And what it is to go experience another country or another place. We don't all have the same ideas of what a vacation is, right? So one person's idea of a vacation is to go and have somewhere where they can relax, sleep in, read, and swim, whereas another person is itinerary based. I want to go there, I want to go there, I want to visit this, I want to see that, I want to see that, right? Everybody's got their different things inside. Anyways, take what resonates, leave the rest. I just babble on because that's what flows. Catching up to the comments. Divine Spirit 313, I had a chicken sandwich, extra pickles. Me loves pickles. Pickles on the sandwiches, pickles on the side. Alex, we had duck roast at our place. I don't enjoy duck very much. I do not enjoy duck. Never heard of that crystal. I heard about it for the first time with this card deck, and when I've asked people right where I buy crystals, like there's a few shops, and there the farmers market. It's not something that they carry. I'm not sure if it's a question of availability or like especially for farmer market and stuff like that, they don't bring a higher end crystal. They bring all the the more affordable ones, right? So yes, there's people at the farmers market who'll have a beautiful necklace that they're trying to sell for $150, but it's the ones that are like $10-15 Canadian that, right? It's about volume. It's not about selling the one. And the few crystal shops that I've been to, the one woman had to Google it. Like, there's so many crystals in this world that even somebody who sells them and is like an expert and knows of crystals, there's always a name that I will ask for. Like U-Class is another one that I've asked for, and like she had to Google and see. So maybe in the future I'll go and they might have that crystal because, right, I planted the seed, but they're not as readily accessible. And I'm not really fond of going online. I believe that crystals are meant to be either gifted or come into my reality in different ways, but I'm not a big fan of ordering. I've never ordered. I ordered for Lily an advent calendar. Instead of getting her chocolate advent calendar this year, I got her crystal one. So that was pretty cool, right? Every day she'd open up and it would be a different crystal instead of a chocolate. Thought that was pretty cool. So at the end of the month, she has 24 new crystals, right? But other than that, I've never... Heidi, you've never tried duck either? I've tried because, I come from hunting background and I've known hunters and fresh from the source my whole life since birth, but I just don't enjoy duck. Yeah, definitely bigger. Jeanette, I had 2 ducks visit this morning. I took a picture because they were different to the ones that usually visit. Me loves when that happens. That way I've been keeping myself alive on potatoes, avocados, pecans, walnuts, and oranges. Raw. I don't enjoy avocados enough to like have that as my top 5 keep me alive things. Like, I like avocados, but I don't love them. And we only get one choice of the type of avocados here, so that could be my bias too. Avocados can still be my nemesis as well, where it's like, you know what I mean? They're too fucking hard and then they're too fucking mushy. Trace B, hi sweetie. Why does a duck have feathers? To cover his butt quack. Whee! Why does a duck have feathers? To cover his butt quack.
God.
I like it.
No.
That's my kind of joke. Divine Spirit 313 says LOL, yeah, LOL, quacking me up.
Oh my god, these jokes are horrible.
They're awesome.
Are you yoking me?
I am totally yoking with ya. Jeanette, I learned that lesson last week. Authenticity is just through our own lenses until it's not. Having the eyes to hear and the ears to see. Boom, girl. That. Ears to hear. Eyes to hear and ears to see is one of my favorite sayings, for real. It's like that up level of eyes to see and ears to hear. Do you have the eyes to hear and the ears to see? Boom. That way, grateful for you all. Gratitude. Me too, me too. Ooh, John Binney. I practice telling people what I hear them say to me and holding space for it. Really actively listening is a journey. Oh my gosh. John, I don't know if you're still here because I'm behind in the chat, but you just nailed it. And I realized to a point that if I communicate, my whole life I've been a communicator, but most of what I say goes over somebody's head. Or how I say it. They'll get fixated on one thing and think I mean one thing, and it's like, that's not what I meant. That's not what I was saying. Or because I can be talk so fast, or be so animated, or completely the opposite, slow the fuck down and have zero like spunk or gump, or like just when I talk. Truly, if I ask somebody, what did I just say? Like, what did you hear of what I said? If I did that every fucking conversation, to be able to be like, that's not it, honey. You know, you fixated on this part of what I said when this is what I was actually trying to convey. It would be so much more rewarding. And so much more efficient. I don't know if those are the right words, but... Jeanette, I haven't really traveled outside of Australia. I live in a beautiful part of the world that people travel to see, so I stay here holding space. Yeah, I've lived in places like that as well. Calendar Bay here, like Nipissing, right? When I lived really like just off the beach. I mean, I would have people of all walks of life from so many different places, especially in Canada, and about 12 hours away from in Canada or the United States, and they traveled. They saved all year to come once or twice to where I lived, and how they knew that they wanted to retire where I lived. And one of my questions was always like, what are you waiting for? Why would you wait to retire? I mean, in this day and age of the internet and being able to, right, transfer jobs or do things remotely and stuff like that, like, why are you waiting? And often, especially young parents as well, because I want all my children to have all the bells and whistles of living, near or in Toronto area. But meanwhile, they live in fear. They're afraid of their parent, who their children are going to hang around with. They put them in a bunch of, certain things that they want their children to be a part of. They don't ask, do children actually want to be a part of this? That's what they wanted for their children, to be in, hockey or ballet, and they want them to have the best opportunities. But it's like, we have hockey and ballet here in Northeast Ontario as well. Right? You can be a hockey player that starts in North Bay, Ontario, become part of the battalions, and then go on to the major leagues the same way as you would anywhere else. And they couldn't bring their mind to, they didn't enjoy their rat race, they didn't enjoy their neighborhoods, they didn't enjoy, certain things, but they couldn't conceive of just completely changing their life, like now, instead of waiting. Right? And for me, that's the thing of like, I won't live a certain way waiting for later, because why? Right? And the thing about not, I've been alone for so long, there's nobody to make a choice with me. Right? So some couples, it was like, he's not ready or she's not ready to leave certain amenities or certain things that are close, right? Things like that. But yeah, when we live somewhere that's very beautiful and that other people travel to see, right? It's like a whole other level. Jeanette, yeah, I understand. My local crystal shop is the same. They only carry the popular ones. Yeah. John Binney, I love getting and giving crystals as gifts to people, pre-loved. Yup. And I think that one of the things that's very important is that that our crystals circulate. Like, yeah, there's some things we are meant to keep all our life, but there are some that are meant to be gifted. You know what I mean? Like certain crystals have come into my life and it's like I will never give this away. Like I love it so much. It's like my baby. And then all of a sudden comes the day of boom, it's not mine anymore. And it's gifted. That way, have a good day, dude. Thanks for being with us. John Binney, when people talk to me, I imagine their words and energy going into a building up in a golden bubble in front of me. I put my hands on that bubble and I feel it. And I hold its space. And then I tell them what I feel. Roar, that's beautiful, John. Yeah. Not discounting too when we don't want to hear something or when we're not ready, or like allowing what other people need. It's like that thing, we want to be heard, but in order to be heard we have to be able to listen too. It's not fair to ask the rest of the world to listen to you if you're not willing to listen too, right? And that's the thing about the whole everybody thinks they're authentic, right? We all do. And then we grow and we grow and we realize, like, whoa, like there was so many more layers to get to that authenticity of me. And it's always a work in progress. It is. You know, there is no final destination until the day we take our last breath. And that's just in this embodiment, this body, because the rest of us carries. Our souls are eternal. Jeanette, you live in another breathtaking area that people want to see. Turtle season here, so lots of tourists about. Yeah. There's a beauty, though, to living somewhere where you enjoy where you live, but you have a happy place that you want to get to, like that goal place, that, you know, the vacation. There's a beauty to that too, right? Alex, it's Friday here. Good morning, Friday morning. Gonna go to sleep. Well, thanks for staying up late with us, Alex. Sweet dreams, dude. Duck, duck, goose. Duck, duck, goose. I'm almost done. I'm gonna pull like just a few cards. And that's it for today. 197 says 10:22 on my screen up above. 16:59 Eastern Time. Jeanette, we need to have goals for sure. There are some places I do want to go. Yeah. Oh, honey. Ooh. John, my wife's brother died, 51, on New Year's Day. So sad. He left his wife and kids, 21 and 19 years old. I knew him since I was 15. His soul is chatting with me. It's a blessing to still talk. Oh, roar. Thanks for sharing that, John. It's funny, eh? Thanks for sharing that right now. I was thinking of that, like last night specifically, and this morning, off and on, of the conversations that I have, the flow that's still there with people that are transitioned, and how that's it's different in just how we perceive life and death, right? When we can have that feeling, the knowing. He was a brother to me. Now he's on the other side. Exactly. It is just another side. I don't know if anybody says there's 6 in the chat. I don't know if anybody here has ever read the Celestine Prophecies or the subsequent books. I read all 4. I read 3 of them, like 1, 2, 3, 4 days in a row. Like the Celestine Prophecy, the 10th Insight, the 11th Insight, the Road to Shambhala, and then the 12th Insight. I started, and then it took me almost, I don't know, 3 weeks because I was at the cottage. I only took out the book. I had the book out, but I just didn't feel like reading it. And I would recommend those books to anyone who's a book reader. I know the Celestine Prophecy is also a movie, for the reminder or the just aha of whoa, of the connection, the it's just too much to try to reiterate. I'm searching for words, but there comes a point in a couple of the books where just like they're written as a like through fiction instead of written as like just a spiritual work of nonfiction. But the way that it's written is just so perfect because it helps to just like anchor in certain knowings and stuff. But there's a point where they're the one character is like very conscious that just his whole soul family from all, like his eternal soul family is just all around him, and that the communication is fluid. And just how, we've been programmed and what we've been taught to believe, and, heaven and hell and all that stuff, and how terrified people are, of transitioning and what happens after. And, when we come together as a collective and our belief systems truly open up, it's like peace on earth is so possible almost instantaneously by our perception of how we perceive this world, and good and bad and evil and all of that, and really how just ultimately love is the answer. It's everything. John Binney, I offered his wife a session to reconnect them. She believes in it, but she didn't. Yeah. Oh, wow. You just flashed me back to, I don't have my copy. I do. And what dreams may come when he transitions, and that someone tries to bring in, someone who can reconnect them, how the wife is just she refuses to connect. And, and that's the thing too, is there's been so much, the beauty of so many movies like Ghost with Demi Moore and Patrick Swayze, and like how those, it's considered fiction and not real, but how many of us have actually opened gifts within our lifetime to simplify and bring people and connections together, and how truly people just have to be ready, right? Hi, Nova. Like, ooh. Interestingly, says John, his soul is chatty with me, but not the Graham incarnation of him. And I respect both. Yeah, dude. Oh my gosh. There are people, like, I'm going to name them. When Milky Way, Brian transitioned, holy shit. I didn't even know. And all day it was just like, and all I could feel was him. Like, I was actually mad at him because it was like, what the fucking up level did he just get that all of a sudden he's fucking like fucking go away. And then at the end of the day, I turned on my Instagram and there it was. Brian Barnett had transitioned in, whatever time. And it was just like, oh my God, that's why all of a sudden, like, because we always had that, like, the telepathic connection. And he was trying to tell me, and again, chatty, happy. It wasn't like he didn't have a delay of being held somewhere where he was like in, some sort of like, he was just like, And the same thing happened when Mike, my Skies 5D transitioned. He was fully in my awareness and I don't like, it's not conversations like human conversations, right? It's images, it's numbers, it's songs, it's not the same as a human conversation. And then I remember at one point I was like, okay, like there's no way that he like, I knew that he had transitioned before I actually knew, because the connection had up leveled so much. And there's people who have said to me, like, I don't know if my father's still alive. And it's like, well, yeah, he is, because otherwise he'd be sitting here and blah, 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 right? Like, I know that he is. Whether you are ready to pick up the phone or make contact with him or not, I know you still have the time if you want to do in your humanness, right? In this body. And how exactly, like, the things then, the quirks that were somebody's quirks when they were alive it's not exactly the same a reflection, especially people who were quiet, introspective. When they transition, they speak differently. Their energy is not the same. And it depends on how much inner work that somebody did in their lifetime, right? And where they were at. I was talking to you inside of me and out loud earlier, Nova. I think it would have been maybe an hour ago. I feel like I've been streaming for a while. Jeanette, that's my brother-in-law's name, Graham. And he just reconnected with us. Boom, double thanks. John Benny, about 12. I literally lost count. 12 friends and family died over the last 1.5 years. It feels like their soul's choice. That's beautiful, John. And it's so hard, eh? Like, I'm sitting here saying it out loud, and somebody could be passing through, and what they hear come out of me, and what my truth, our truth is, that we really do, as a soul, choose, and we know. Our human mind can't maybe conceive of it. It might be saying till the second that the last breath is taken, I am afraid of death. I don't want to die. But once that it happens, and I personally don't deal in certain things. And, so there are other people who, they are in contact, or they'll have people, entities, whatever the words you want to use, who are, not fully in that aligned, spot. But that's not a part of my reality, right? It's not a part of my gifts. It's not. And again, it's because I spent lifetimes doing other things where this lifetime isn't about that for me. I still haven't found that book, or actually, to be honest, looked for it, but it's in my screenshots in my book saved list. Jeanette, it sounds like that book I sent you, the cover to. It's about a young boy with a terminal illness and looking through the distortions of religion. And the movie Ghost, Nova, the synchronicity. Roar, Nova. I'm glad you're still streaming. I was feeling a bit down. Major energies coming in. Don't forget, it's that 111 portal, kind of new moon energy. It's huge, baby girl. I had some chocolate and I feel better. Good. Nova, spirit crossing is one of my gifts. It's not fully awakened quite yet, but sometimes I get dreams of ghosts or dreams of ghost communication. Love you, John. Thank you, G. Sorry for your loss and happy for your gains. I know. John Vinny says, Mike, my Skies 5D is so happy still on the other side. Yes, a sky angel. Oh, yes. Yeah. Nova Nova, I saw a meme of a grandma bringing a soul board to her funeral so her friends and family can contact her. That's beautiful. Seriously though, like imagine the world to be where this is just a part of our reality, where the flow, the communication, where there is nobody telling somebody you're crazy, you don't see what you see, or you're lying, you don't actually hear what you hear. And this is where all the, snake oil salesmen and the fakes and the fucking bullshit and, the movie industry and even books that have taught us certain things to be afraid of, right? Instead of empowering us in our gifts and those connections. But it's very easy to envision world peace when there is no veil, and that people who are pure of heart with certain gifts are not doubted, are not segregated, are not told, right? Like every family has a black sheep, and all those black sheep, right, are the exact people that saw things since they were born, that they were told that they were crazy, or that they were told this or they were told that. Even schizophrenia, in my mind's belief system, schizophrenia is something that somebody hears. If you heard what your mother was actually thinking about you the day you were born, and she looked at you and you knew she was terrified of you, you knew she didn't want to have you, if you knew that every time your mother changed your diaper that she was saying out loud or thinking, fuck, I hate doing this, I'm so disgusted, this poop grosses me out, I never want to do this again, then has another child and still thinking those same thoughts, right? Like that's where we're embedded from the moment that we're born, with the, one person is thinking one thing but saying another and acting a different way, right? Adults who want to protect their children and say, oh, nothing's wrong, nothing's wrong. Meanwhile, the father's not home. You know that he's cheating, but you're telling your child everything's fine. Daddy's just working late. Like the lies over and over, so many things that were embedded. Like it's no wonder we're in a collective fucking shit show, because it's, even when you are, right, of that pure heart and saying certain things, you're being told that that's not what you should do and that's not right. And da da da. Anyways, I'm not gonna rant about that, but. John, I need the rest of your chocolate, Nova. John Binney says Mike leaves bubbles of love in the sky. Jeanette says, I have 3 black cockatoos here. Blows my mind that those are just like poof in your reality. Right? For us, if someone has a cockatoo, it's a pet. You can't, they're just not outside. Like, oh. They bring they bring messages from the spirit world. John Binney. Last week I saw a ghost who was running up and down our nearby street, annoying people. Quiet, tall, quite tall, dark. More mischievous than really dark. Mischievous. That word and that energy versus dark or evil. Right? Yeah. Ooh, Jeanette. Good point, baby. I know you don't have those birds, but you've got bears. Roar. Yes, I do. Well, maybe not right now, obviously, but you know what I mean. Yeah. Nova Nova, the collective shadow, is working against us. The light workers are here to help. The real ones. Yeah. There's a part of me that believes that if people are here, I would say there's way more of a potential for somebody to be true, right? A light worker than even if what they've done in their lifetime. Anyways, okay, card 52. I've had it for a little while. Read it, get through it. Radiant, glorious beauty is growing within you. Let beauty be your north star to guide you. What feels as well as what looks lovely will sustain and nourish you. Your ability to see inner depths around you is in direct correlation with a remarkable, scrumptious life. Create harmony and peace within your home, even doing so in small ways, such as a vase of flowers or a scented candle bath, makes a difference. Relax. Surround yourself with comfort and elegance. Because the more you actually acknowledge beauty in your environment, in yourself, and in others, the more it will fill your life. You are truly and utterly gorgeous and lovable. Roar. Yes. As you cherish yourself, and the luminescence around you will grow. The nymphs of ancient Greek folklore are beautiful supernatural beings of the forest. Their appearance here symbolizes that your own beauty, both inner and outer, is growing. There are many accounts of travelers walking through a forest and seeing wood nymphs. I don't know. I don't resonate with that stuff. Blah, 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 blah. Remarkable beauty is growing within you. Be aware that the beauty is around you and the splendor will expand in your life. Create beauty in your home, even in the smallest way, and an inner grace will radiate out of you. Yeah, and beauty is a term that, you know, first of all, there's programs of what beauty truly is versus how many of us actually see, right? So one person's idea of a woman who is beautiful or a man who is beautiful does not, you know, feel the same way to another. For some of us, you know, I see beauty in everyone, everything, all shapes, sizes, the lack of symmetry in someone, what is considered, you know, not beautiful is more beautiful to me. I got a thing for, like, you know, what they call a lazy eye, crooked eyes. I got a thing about that. To me, that just means that somebody, whether they know it or not, or whether they are in the moment or not, are very connected to their third eye. Like certain things with teeth, scars, birthmarks, certain things like that, right? It's just like, raw. What we perceive as well. Do we perceive something as beautiful because we've been, you know, imprinted our belief system? Bodies, you know, men or people in general who watch porn or who watch a lot of Hollywood movies or just television in general, if all you see is people that are, you know, are scripted, edited, you know, taken from certain angles, their bodies like 3/4 painted, you know, porn gives the illusion that nobody's got fucking any body hair anymore. That's all part of the MK programming and the whole pedophilia thing, right? Some men can't even stand that a woman has hair anywhere on her body that's disgusts them. They wouldn't touch her if she didn't shave or do whatever the ritual that they believe she should do. But man, like back in the 80s, it was like a fucking rite of passage for both a boy and a girl to wake up and find that there's fucking hair down there, right? We didn't want to grow up and look like children. We want to fucking look like a woman, you know. I remember that part of that generation, and the fall of that generation, where again a man will be disgusted and say it openly. I've heard people in live streams say in front of their daughters, right? Their daughter is like newborn or 2-3 years old, and they're saying out loud in a live stream that women with hair under their arms or right anywhere else disgust them. They would never touch a woman like that. The imprint that they're doing to their little girls is, you know, they're not even conscious that they're already imprinting their little girls that, you know, once you get a certain age, you got a lot of fucking work to do, honey, right? Because no man's ever going to watch you. Your own father has been saying out loud, not even realizing that he's imprinting you with the fact that you're disgusting the day you start to have hair on your body. And that might be like, what the fuck? But it's the truth, right? What our fathers and our uncles, our you know, the people in our life when we were little girls thought of beauty as, you know, what they said about women, how they acted around women. That's what imprinted us, right? I was fucking blessed. I had a fucking amazing masculine family who, yeah, could they joke? Fuck yeah. Did they? Was there like tits and ass talk? Fuck yeah. I'm from Quebec. You know what I mean? And when I say that I'm from Quebec, it would be this equivalent of somebody saying I'm European. It's just normal for people to be nude on the beach, right? It's just normal for women to be topless on the beach in certain places in Europe. That's it. It's not fucking sexual. It's just a part of the culture. It's the way people are raised. Nobody bats an eye because there's nipples out. But put a Canadian, right, or an American, and holy shit, like, ooh, it's all, right? The way that we're raised really impacts us. So I feel I was blessed because although, like I said, there could be a lot of jokes and a lot of stuff, but it wasn't degrading and yucky and never, right, imprinted me in a way that made me feel like, blech, right? Anyways, just threw all that out there. I just find it important. One of the most hardest things that I find is when a masculine doesn't think that he could be good enough for me because he don't think he's good looking enough. And it's like, what the fuck? You don't think you're good looking enough. What about what I think? How about how it makes me feel when I look at you? Right? And I say this because it's a lifelong thing with my masculine. The first thing my husband said the day I said I was leaving is, it's because I'm fat. You don't like me and you don't like my body anymore. And I was like before he even thought to accuse me of having an affair or being in love with someone else, his body image is the first thing. Like I can, you know what I mean? Like it was so out of the blue and like shocking. It didn't even like occur to me. If anything, you know, one of my ideal men, you know, was John Candy. He wasn't little. He was very voluptuously wrapped as a masculine. But damn, that motherfucker was fucking funny, man. Right? His heart, who he was as an actor, the things he brought, you know, from his characters that he played, to me, he was like a hunk of fucking burning love. Is there a time where I probably thought Brad Pitt was really fucking hot? Probably. But that didn't last really long for me. You know what I mean? And I say that, and I married a guy who looked fucking like even hotter to me than Brad Pitt. You know what I mean? The blonde eyes and the blue hair.
The blonde eyes and the blue hair. Yeah.
Blonde eyes and the blue hair. Seriously, to me he was like my fucking Canadian fucking Brad Pitt. Even better, because he was real. And he didn't wear makeup and fucking, you know, do weird shit to his body. But anyways, I ramble a lot because there's somebody here. Take the little seed and fucking plant it and water it. You are beautiful. If you're bullied and teased when you were very young about something about your features, hey, guess what? You grew into them. It doesn't really matter if in grade 2 somebody was picking on you about your nose. You grew into your nose, right? And if that's still the joke that people will say to you, like, it's like, you maybe need a new fucking friend group. Like, you know what I mean? Find some people who see you as you are now. It's not about what you looked like back then. John Benny Nova, the darkness is working against us to take our coffee and chocolate. We shall win. We shall overcome. The CC of chocolate and coffee stands out. Oh, Roar. I have a video I took earlier in the week of the black cockatoos. I will send it to you. Cool beans. Thank you. John, quick, drink all the coffee and eat all the chocolate. Dip the chocolate in the coffee. Nova, darkness shall never take my coffee. Oh, Roar. Blessed. The crows are here now, says Jeanette. John, they may take our chocolate, but they will never take our coffee. 2222, 1022 for you, John. Scotland. Jeanette, thank you, G, and everyone in chat. I'm meeting with a woman I haven't met today to discuss doing some workshops and retreats. Yes! I feel you have given out so much wisdom. Thank you, sweetie. Make it happen. I love it. I know. Enjoy, sweetie. Jeanette says it's summer here. Time to go to the beach. There's skin everywhere. Right on. Enjoy, sweetie. John says it's a warm winter for you in Scotland. It's been a very warm winter. Well, maybe not warm, but not seasonally cold. We're just starting to get colder. Still pretty congested, but it's nothing compared to the other days. I wouldn't have been able, like, I've been talking for hours. I wasn't able to do this last week or even yesterday. Jeanette says it's been a tropical summer for us. Storms and rain most days. Definitely feels good, Nova. Want to grab a card or two, and I'm not going to veer off this time too much. Jeanette, thanks, Genevieve. The universe has aligned this meeting for sure. He loves you. Have a super good rendezvous with your lady. Hi, Eddie. How's it going, road trip, Eddie? How's apartment life? Oh my gosh! 1 Australian exits, 1 Australian comes in. Hi, Anita. Illuminated Spirit 7. Hey, lovely G and family. How are you, sweetie? I know, but seriously. It happened earlier, too. Susan A. was here. There was a little pause. Then Janet came in. And you guys keeping my summer vibes going down there. Down under. Ooh, we watched Quigley Down Under, me and my daddy, during Christmas. Quigley Down Under. Precious time. Did you change your spot?
Just for now.
I love it. Precious time. I always love this card. It does come up quite often. Like, I would say it's one of my regulars when I grab the fairy deck. There's so much stuff in the card, and I'm going to leave it as close as I can to the screen, visible, so you can see or find some synchronicity in there. And I'm not going to decode it. I'm going to let your eyes, as I speak, see what you need to see for yourselves. Precious time. Are you a clock watcher? Does it feel like days are passing you by? The fairy of time wants you to experience every moment fully, even in peaceful solitude or meditation, to make the most of your time on earth and celebrate the magical gift of life. With time comes age, and with age often comes wisdom. Not always, but often, which makes wisdom a precious gift. From time that we've learned, and earned, I would say, the lessons that time has gifted to us. Perhaps you feel as though you never have enough time to do all the things you need to do, but it's our attitude to time that dictates the way that it actually impacts our lives. I'm going to leave that at that. Anybody have glitching or surreal happenings with time? I had two epic glitches today. The first one was at 11:11. I don't even know what time it was. I had my device in front of me. I can't remember if I was specifically texting Kelly or if I had just and I was looking at something else, but I looked into the corner of my screen. It said 11:11. I turned my device off so I could see the 11:11 in bigger numbers on my home screen, which has moss, and I wanted to look at the 11:11 as I could see the moss, but by the time I shut my device down, it was 11:12. Then I turned my device back on and it was 11:13, all in the space of not even 20 seconds. I was like, whoa. I texted Kelly that happened to me. Later on, I forget what time it was. If it was 1:12 in the corner of my screen. I turned my device off so I could see the time with, you know what I mean, with my moss on my screen. It's a screen picture that I took when I was touching moss, and I wanted to connect to the energy. So it was 1:12. When I turned the device off, it was 1:13. When I turned the device back on again, because this time I'm aware that this happened to me a couple hours ago, and when I turned my device back on, it was 1:14. Yeah. So that was pretty cool. And yeah, I use that to my little inside stuff, but that's just a small example of time. I don't know what words would be. Bending, being like an illusion, not being right. Like it's not even possible that I saw 11:11, 11:12, and 11:13 all in, you know what I mean? Like in 20 seconds. Right? But that's what happened. Again, and twice. And I think I'm getting the numbers right, but I mean, it all happened so fast that I didn't even like screenshot it to show the three things because I was trying to look at it as it was happening. Anyways, I feel like sharing that. Just in case, you know what I mean? For what's coming or what could happen, or if you've not noticed yet, or you know what I mean. Eddie says, I'm doing good during a windy winter storm blowing through. John Benny says, starseed change in Rhoda. Yup. New shift. It's huge. It's huge. Nothing feels the same to me. Illuminated Spirit 7, Anita says, huge shift happened yesterday for me. Total energy change. Nova asks, John, how many people are awakening this year, John? And John's answer is, Nova, 5 times more people awakening this year. John says, I had a time travel lucid dream this week. I wound time back to avoid a car accident. John says, we have all been getting ready to help the newly awakened. How? By being ourselves. by being us. Yeah. I know, sweetie. I know it did. Anita says my car wouldn't start. It saved me from an accident for sure. Not a problem with the car since. I know, honey. And that's the thing, the minor inconveniences that happen these days. Because, I saw something yesterday and it was like a woman, and she was saying, I forget, like, but there was like 4 or 5 things in a row in her day that it was just like, what the fuck, right? Not even this many things happen in a week, and all happened in the span of a certain amount of time. And it was just like, to what point we're being protected from certain things, and because everything's happening so fast. You have seen the time thing the way that I described it, Anita? Awesome. Last week, when we came back from Quebec, when we left, the last thing my sister asked me, do you have everything? And then she noted a few things, and specifically the charger. There's one thing people are renowned across the world, if you go to a motel, if you go to somebody's house, to forget is your charger. And when my sister asked me that, I was like, no, I didn't forget my charger. I never took it out. I've been using the one that's here in the living room.
Mm-hmm.
When I cleaned the bedroom where me and Lily were sleeping, I cleaned up, and I saw my mom's charger. And I was like, that's so funny. My mom would be gone for 6 months down, to South America, and she would leave a charger right there. That was my heads up that my charger was there. The second one was when my sister said, are you sure you have your charger? I got 2 heads up to not forget the fucking charger. When we got back here, I don't know, a little bit after we get back, I go to plug the devices in. I grab my backpack, the front pocket.
Did you already take the charger out?
The front pocket's open. So I was like, Lily, you took the charger out? And she's like, no, I didn't. And I was like, oh. I took everything apart, looking in case the charger was there. And it was like, yeah, the first night we were at the cottage, so we were there for like 18 days. The first night I was there, I plugged the charger in. I remembered, Anyways, so we got a couple devices between us. I don't have an actual phone with a phone plan. I use the Wi-Fi, and my devices is my, is everything. I'm going to pay for a service, I'm going to pay for one. And I don't like having my phone about and having to use it, or people calling or texting me if I'm out and about. So, I only have the one service, the Wi-Fi. So by the next day, even if Lily's a little sick and I don't really fucking feel like going out, I gotta go get a charger. So I call a cab. Anyways, about 50 minutes later, we're still waiting for a cab. So I call the company and I was like, I really don't mean to bother you. I understand that you're busy. But I called the cab earlier and it's still not here. And he was like, well, it came and went. And I was like, oh, well, could it come again? Because I really need to get somewhere. And he was like, yeah, sure. It was here in a few minutes. I truly believe that whoever was driving, because when the driver pulled in, I was like, was it you earlier that came? And he was like, no, they told me that blah, blah, blah. And I was like, right on. But when the second driver came and I realized it wasn't the same first one, I truly believe that whoever was the first one, either the experience would have been yucky in general because the roads were not nice that day, or because the second cab driver that we had, he was like fucking, like so fucking friendly. So the ride there and the ride back was like just an awesome conversation, instead of either the accident that didn't happen or the whatever fender bender, or just the yucky energy of being in a cab when the roads aren't nice and somebody drives in a way. Like, surrendering to getting into a cab is a whole other level than, your friend picking you up to go somewhere. And there's only a few cab drivers that, like, I'm not rude enough to say don't send this one, but that I got my fingers, fucking toes, I got my butt crack fucking crossed to make sure I don't get that driver.
What?
My butt crack. Like, seriously, she freaks the fuck out of me. She rides the brakes. She's always complaining about her job and having to drive, but she's a cab driver. She's just not nice. And I don't want to, like, be that bitch that says, you know, I don't want her, even if she fucking terrifies me when she drives. But I always feel like she's not going to last very long anyways. She's got to make the decision on her own. But anyways, that was a long story to say how the universe may be throwing curveballs at you. But, you know, accept the curveball with some grace, that everything's happening in your favor, right? And especially that day when we were waiting, like 50 minutes is a long time to be dressed in the entryway waiting for a freaking cab. But everything was saying, like, don't get pissy, don't start to fucking get frustrated, like, everything's happening for a reason. But then when I called back and it was like, yeah, they're not actually busy, I just had to call back. It's, anyways. Take a resonance, leave the rest. Anita, Limited Spirit 7 says, time flew yesterday. It was a night. All of a sudden, I was like, how? Yeah, me too. There was one day a few days ago where it felt like it was lasting so long because it was like I wasn't able to breathe good. I was constantly blowing my nose, and it like I wasn't tired. I'm getting such good night's sleeps that laying down for a nap, right, to pass the day a little bit when I was sick, wasn't working. So that day felt a bit longer. But otherwise, like, I've read books and started the book at one time, and then all of a sudden it's like I'm halfway through already. You know what I mean? John Binney, I learned that time is an illusion. It's actually our thoughts and feelings that create reality. And when we change thoughts and feelings, we change the illusions of time. Exactly. Anita validates. True, John. Yup. And that's the thing, when you love your job or what you're doing, like, you can't wait till the next day, right? Like, I mean, that's the thing about when you do something you're passionate about, like, you actually really can't wait till the next day. No matter how happy your life is at home, you're still so pumped to get there the next day, and just time just flies by, right? And that's why, imagine if everybody is fulfilling to the best what their actual purpose or mission or destiny is, how the concept of time would change collectively for all of us, because nobody's going to work because they have to. Nobody is going for supper with people that they don't want to be with. That we're always in a flow where we want to be, where we're meant to be, what feels good and pure. How collectively, right, that changes our the illusion of time right there. When you're right. So that's why when they say focus on your inner journey, find what your passion is and what makes you alive, what makes you glow, the more you're fucking glowing, right? Time doesn't seem to exist, and people who are with you or come into contact with you also get that same feeling. Nova, there's an orange manly cat that sleeps outside my home, and I named him Boris, and I feed him gravy. He likes me. Roar, Boris. I like that name. Exactly, John. Change a thought, change time. Nova says, John, kind of like the Mandela effect. And boom, John, thank you so much. We are the Mandela effect. Yes, that's my belief system as well. I really feel if people who know of the Mandela effects, if we were all focused on certain things, how different, right, this world would be, right? Instead of focusing on lyrics that are changing or logos that are changing or clips of movies, imagine if we focused on, we don't want fucking borders. right? I want to be able to go where I want to go without having to like prove my identity, being patted down, somebody thinking that they got the right to fucking, you know, check me out just because I want to go somewhere different. Right? I remember the last time I actually got on a plane, I was asked, would you rather have a pat down or go through that machine? Well, fuck, I ain't one to like machines, but I chose the machine. If I can choose a human not touching me versus going into a little fucking booth thing, I chose the booth. I'd never heard of that fucking booth. I was just happy no motherfucker was gonna pat me down. Funny, when I entered that machine, fucking everybody who worked in a certain section, everybody was turned around and looking at me. And I was like, oh, I wonder why they're looking at that machine. Why? Because they see your silhouette fucking half naked. You know what I mean? They see what's under your fucking clothes. I didn't know that at the time. I learned it about a year later. I was like, holy shit. I still would have chosen that. Want to fucking look? Go ahead. Don't fucking touchy, right? But still, there's no such thing as a line in the, you know, that says that this is ours and this is yours and that this is one country and this is another. That's, imagine the day we fucking focus on that stuff, right? Collectively, or 100th monkey effect, enough of us. Thank you, Nova, for sharing your channel. That's why you guys are blue. Make sure everybody got ya. Anita, someone was doing that vehicle magic on me. It didn't work. Thank God for the divine intervention. Yes, Nova, I have one sibling. I have a sister that is 4 years younger than me. Her name is Renee, Renee. Renee Danielle. John Binney, Anita, I feel you. I do my protections twice a day. I deep cleanse once every few days. Deep purge at least weekly. But I do go to hell most weeks for a client's soul fragment retrievals. I love reading that out loud. I do go to hell most weeks for client soul fragment retrievals. I fucking love saying that out loud. Anita says you're an amazing healer, John. Yeah. John, I'm teaching healing next week. My new 8-week course. Higher Self Foundational Training. Nova says, I'm learning angel protection magic. Anita, Illuminated Spirit 7. It's hard to see the reason at the time, but it always makes sense later. Yeah, honey, I do believe that to be true too, eh? Nova, I think angel magic is for me. Ooh, right on, Anita. I've been sleeping well. First time in years. Rawr, good, honey. Hey, Alexander, the Ganja Shaman. Hi, Genevieve. Cheers and blessings. Happy first new moon. And 111. I know. Happy 11th day of the first calendar month. Nova says, heck yeah, I would choose the machine too. No one touches me. Yeah, exactly. But I would actually would rather live in a world where, right, neither are necessary. I'd rather drive than fly anywhere anyways. Yes, exactly. Alexander the Ganja Shaman says a group of people with the same thought would amplify the manifestations. Yep. Nova says, oh, really? They see you naked? Well, seriously, they should have told ya. Oh, fuck. I didn't even ask at the time. And honestly, honey, I was dressed in camo pants, like practically like army issue ones, right? I had gotten them at an army surplus. I was dressed in those kind of pants. I had to put my backpack as, you know, like in the luggage because I wanted to keep certain camping things I had on me, my knives and stuff like that. This was in 2010. I wanted to keep my knives. I didn't want to give them up, throw them in the garbage, or give them to a stranger at the fucking airport, right? It was a very special, let's just say, flight. So honestly, you know what I mean? I was coming from a very high stress situation. My energy and what I looked like that day could have been perceived on a whole other level, to be honest. So it doesn't matter if they would have said anything. I didn't want to be touched, and go ahead and scan me. Yeah. But I felt like a naive fucking falling off my turnip truck when I realized, you know, months later what that actually did. And I could still see, like, you got a bunch of people who aren't even really paying attention. And then all of a sudden heads are turned, right? Like, I mean, I realized people, like, I didn't realize, and now I realize. And it's like, at this point, when an airport has like some practical fucking peep show for the fucking, you know, people that are working or whoever's can look at that, what the fuck kind of world are we in, right? Hey, natural born rebel. Natural born rebel. I want the world that Adam and Eve had the chance to live in. My knives are my babies. They're a tool. Yeah. So, natural born rebel says, I'm scared of those things. They're powerful cancer tubes. Yeah. Yeah. And believe me, that's one of the reasons why it's like it's very easy for me to choose that I don't want to travel that way. And if ever I feel that there's a place I want to be enough that I need to get on a plane, you know, we'll see in the future. But Natural Born Rebel says, I do not fly. I'd rather drive anywhere for sure. And especially, just, yeah. I'm just grabbing one little animal. I want to just finish with an animal card. Everything okay with you, Natural Born Rebel? I've been in Matrix Man's streams a few times, and when I was there, you were not. I know, eh? Nova says that peep show is for safety. That's so awful at the airport. Airports to me right now just feel like that harvest, like a harvest energy. You know what I mean? You want to get your fucking spirit harvested, your soul harvested, your energy harvested, go to a fucking airport. And I think it's beautiful that there's people who, right, don't have that feeling, don't have that, they just do what they do, and they don't feel that shit, and they don't, or they're able to block it and do what they need to do, right? Like John has been to Canada, I don't know how many times in the last few years. There are shields. There are, if you believe, right? If you know you're going where you're meant to be, taking a plane is not the end of this. It is. It's important, right? Exactly. So for someone like Alexander, the ganja shaman who lives on an island, Aruba, he has to fly, take a plane if he wants to go anywhere. I mean, there is the possibility of boats and stuff like that, but a boat. But I mean, it's not the same, and it definitely takes way more time. I would still prefer boat, but natural born. I will not fly unless it would be my own island hopper plane. Yeah, that's different. If I could be in like even somebody else's that I would know and stuff like that, the little, you know, smaller plane that is personal use. That's beautiful, John. Whenever I fly, I see Mike, my guy's 5D. I always forget that he appears in the clouds and in my heart. Yeah. Yeah. Like it was that idea too, natural born. Boom. Card number 55. Snake spirit. Time to heal. I'm not going to take out the book part. Time to heal. Shed the outer layers, that old skin. Right? If a snake, it is time for him to shed his skin. You can't keep that skin. It just, right? It will just disintegrate over time. Yeah, the triple Mike energy. Miss Mike Morales too. Mike My Skies 5D. Yeah. Okay, I've been yapping for a while. I never thought I would be able to sustain my voice and my nasal passages this long because it's been a while. But that's enough out of me. I don't do the long goodbyes. I've been streaming for hours. Thank you so much. Whether you have, chosen to chat or participate or not. Grateful for all the energy of this live stream. I can't see the corner right now. Love you. Thanks for staying with us, John. I really appreciate it. You brought up a lot of stuff. Whew.